Can anybody see me? Can you guys hear me?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo, I don't know what's been going on. I've been
What's
sitting here like,
what's been going on? I don't know what's been going on either. You know what it is? I am so sorry. I think because we made the switch to I made the switch to that MME live chat. I think that's what messed it up. Honestly,
oh, okay. Yo, I'm sitting
because
there.
I
I've
don't.
been like sitting there this whole time. It's been just like sitting there, and I had no idea what was going on. Like I was seeing a couple comments, but like it wasn't letting. It wasn't like I was just sitting in the back. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have
That
no
was super
idea what
strange.
I have no idea what's going on. This has been the weirdest experience for StreamYard I've ever seen in my life. See, this is why I don't know. It's cool to have joined like a team on StreamYard and all that, but see,
Yeah, yo,
this is one of those things that I don't know. I don't know if somebody was messing with the show, if somebody was messing with the stream. I
that's
don't know what's
crazy,
going on.
yo.
Bro, I am so sorry. I was like, where I'm like, what is going on here? I'm backstage. I
And
didn't
and I'm sitting there like it
you're
was like
backstage.
nothing.
Is here. This is crazy, man. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to rethink this scenario because I don't know what's going on here. I'm like over here.
What's
I'm like,
going on, man? Look, yo, see, and here's the thing. You want to know what I came on here with the intention of doing? I ain't even gonna front. I'm like, yo, I'm about to give Zod. We about to have the greatest episode of late night Q&A with ZodWriter ever. You know what I'm saying? What the hell just happened? But you know what? I don't even want to let that kill my energy right now. Like I ain't even. No, 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 no. Let's not even.
yeah,
Let's just.
we got a lot of people here in the chat.
That's
Okay.
crazy though. That's crazy.
We've been prepared for this show. We've been
That's
waiting for this show.
crazy.
I don't know what's going on, man. I'm irritated now because I'm like, listen, I'm like, yo, this is something that you and I've been talking about and we've been ready for.
Yes,
And
man.
it's crazy. This is just nuts. I want to try to get a little bit caught up with the chat before we
Yo,
start because there's a
let's
lot of
go.
people here. We got we got
Come on, man.
Tech
Come
here with
on, man.
the $5 Australian super chat. He says, "What's up, fellas? Gonna have to watch this on the replay, but have a good
Yeah.
stream."
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, everybody.
a
I'm
lot of
sorry,
y'all
everybody.
probably would have saw it earlier if we would have been able to start
Yeah.
on time. I don't know what happened. This is crazy. People, I and you know, I think honestly, my last comment on this Skywalker before we move forward is I think maybe there's a few too many cooks in the kitchen on that StreamYard. Maybe that could be another reason.
Yeah. I
I
don't know.
don't know. But let's see here. We got Bad Damn 530 who says, "What's up? Have to go to bed, but can catch the first bit of the stream. What do you think of the Ezra Miller situation? I really hate Grant Gustin fans right now." All right, well, I'll defer to you on that, Mr. Master Skywalker. What do you think of the Ezra Miller situation?
Oh my God, the Ezra Miller situation, yo. You wanna know what's crazy? If you really look at what has seemed to have happened in this scenario, WB pretty much like knew that this man was going through this situation, right? And chose to kind of like do nothing or just kind of sweep it under the rug. All because they had to get this flash film made, Joe. They had to like get this flash film made to reboot everything, and at the end of the day, he needs help, right? I do think that there's enough time in between the Flash coming out that they can kind of pause their relationship with him now, and this Fantastic Beast movie is coming out. I don't think that that that's gonna stop, but yeah, I just think that at the end of the day, um, he just has to get some help. and I think that's going to probably end up happening pretty soon. So
Yeah, I agree. I think he needs to get some help, clearly. But see, again, this is another one of those scenarios where we don't know the whole story because we're just on the outside looking in, and the media has an agenda like they always do, and they form all the stories and tell us everything. So we don't know what's been going on, because I don't know about you, but I was reading some alternative stuff about this Ezra thing. There's some people out there saying that a lot of this Ezra stuff is fake manufactured stuff, that there's an agenda against Ezra Miller now for some reason, and they're trying to push him out. So they're manufacturing all this fake stuff to make us think that Ezra Miller is problematic. Now I don't know how realistic any of this stuff is, and I'm generally not one of those people that likes to delve too much into conspiracy theories. But I mean, in this day, the way things are, Skywalker, you never know, man. You never know.
and that's what I was about to say, right? Because I was even saying that the other day when I was on another stream, because they were trying to say, look, like they need to have all this action and everything, and they need to do something immediately. And I'm like, yo, we don't even know how this case is going to play out. So if we don't even know, like, what if there are no charges, or they're dropped, or he's found to be innocent?
Right.
Like, we don't know. We have to wait on these things, right? These things never move quickly, and you just got to wait and see what's going to happen. The facts are going to come out. So just pump the brakes, everybody.
Yeah, and it's so funny because everything that we've seen about Ezra before, there's been literally nothing. Like a great example was that video that went viral not too long ago about him allegedly choking that fangirl at that restaurant or wherever they was at. The funny part about that was that looked fake 100%. That looked like a romper room skit, man. I was looking at that. I'm like, I don't know what they're doing here, but I didn't know if it was real. I didn't know if it was fake. I didn't know if it was staged. I just thought to myself, wow, this is crazy, and then you see all these memes online now where people are like, keep your women away from Ezra and all this crazy stuff. I don't know, dude. It's crazy. It is definitely crazy. But we got El Necron here saying two of my favorites.
Shout out to Necron. Hey,
shout out, yes, Necron, awesome, man. And a good friend of mine, recently we became friends, Mr. Rainwater Games. I had him on Late Night Q&A not too long ago. Jeff Rainwater, pow pow, yeah, definitely, man.
Yeah,
I mean, this
pow,
is
pow to the chat, pow pow to all y'all, man. Bat Channel, Andrew, C. Alex,
Andrew Castelli,
shout out to all y'all,
the Spider-Man of the chat,
boy, Chad Snatterverse, all y'all, man. I love all you guys, Sickness, Koopy Malik.
I'm telling you, man, we got the greatest community ever.
Like, I love all you guys. I'm sorry that the show got started off all weird. You know what I'm saying? It was really some
I'm telling you, there was some shenanigans because you was missing, then you was there, then you weren't there, then I wasn't there. I'm like,
dude, no, like, it just looked like it was just me there, and I was like, I don't know what's going on, and like, and I could see some chats, and I was like, but I didn't know. I thought you was late. I was like,
I'm like, and you know what it is? You know what it is, Skywalker? I'm so used to my guests for these kinds of shows, being late that I just what I'll do is I'll wait a good 10, 15 minutes before I even content.
Yo, I was in there at
Then when I sent
8:29.
you,
Yo,
so then when I
at
sent you,
8:29.
so that's why when I sent you a message on Twitter, I'd already been waiting, and I'm like, and when I didn't see you there, that's why I was automatically like, okay, well, I'm gonna send you another link, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you were there, and then you weren't there, and then you were there again, and I'm like, what is going on here? That was
Nah,
just
it's
that
crazy.
was the strangest experience I think I've ever had with a stream.
But you know what though? It got off to a rocky start, but we about to Zod.
Oh yeah,
I got all night, yo. I got all night.
we're
However
gonna
long
raise
you
the
want to
roof.
go, Zod.
We
We
got
can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Yo, I got all night long. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, this is gonna be good, man. We got Chad Snyderverse here. He says, "Good evening, fellas. Just got done playing Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, and I'm absolutely loving it. Haven't had this much fun with a Star Wars game since the first uh gone unleashed. Oh yeah, the Force Unleashed. Yeah, Lego Star Wars. Are you into those games, Skywalker?
I played like a couple of the demos. They're always like putting these demos out and stuff, and they seem pretty cool, but I haven't like gone through any of them or like, really beat one. But they seem like great games though.
Cool. And my good friend Console Fanboy says, "Yo, I just finished the second episode of Moon Knight on Disney Plus. It's very good. Yeah, I'm giving Moon Knight a chance. I'm taking my time. I ain't gonna wait till I see the whole thing before I make a judgment. What about you, Skywalker?"
No, I am too. I thought that the first episode was pretty decent. And I'm excited to check out the second episode. I am gonna give man, look, like, people can think what they think, right? But in terms of like giving their fans content at a high level that is in a cohesive universe, Disney has been, eating Warner Brothers' food, right, for like all this time. So I really think that, the direction that they've been going in lately, I've been, kind of liking some of this stuff, like, and I'm gonna keep watching Moon Knight. So
Yeah, absolutely, and and I gotta say, speaking of Marvel material, I absolutely loved the live stream that you did talking about Morbius, where you laid the foundation for our good friend Anthony Chessman. I mean, you definitely the cheese man. You definitely took that man to school. So I want to give you your props for that, because I was like, I was done with dude. Always bringing up the box office of that other movie, as if we're supposed to care about that stuff.
And he's commented on more of my videos, and he still has not answered my question. Like, I asked that man one
great question of all time.
I asked that man one question, and he will not answer it. So, until I get my question answered, I'm not gonna give him no more light. So facts.
Yeah.
Till you answer that question, Anthony Chessman, I ain't giving you no more shine.
That's the best thing, because really that was the question of all questions, which is why hasn't the Batman gotten a sequel announced yet?
Facts. Why hasn't it happened? That's all that I want to know. If it's such a success, they keep saying it's a massive success, side. That's what they keep trying to tell us, right? Like, it's a massive success, and eat it, Snyder fans, right? Because that's what this is really all about. It's all about this just being like, something to go against Snyder Nation. Like, they are so obsessed with us and trying to, like, combat us or something like that. And it's like, this whole movie kind of represents that. And they're throwing all of their eggs into one basket. And, the movie's mid. Like, let's just keep it a buck. Like, after seeing Batman with other characters, there is no going back right now. There is no going back to these like little, isolated universes, and it's just gonna be cool. Like, yo, we just got that with the Nolan movies, and I don't feel like this one really like, separated itself. It isn't better than any one of those, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I don't get it. And because you saw all the hype all the hate that I got when I bothered to mention how I felt on Twitter. See, which is what I've learned too. We got to realize, what we got to remember is a lot of these kids don't have nothing better to do. So when you that's what they're living for. They're literally waiting, laying in wait for anybody to say something, not even, and I don't even think what I said was necessarily unfavorable on Twitter towards the Batman. I just simply said that I thought Morbius was a better film. That's it. I never said, I wasn't like I went on Twitter and said the Batman is the biggest piece of trash since Bill Cosby's Leonard Part 6.
It's just mid. It's mid, guys.
And I didn't even say that. I didn't even say it was mid. I didn't give my opinion at all. I just said that Morbius was a better movie. And you would think that I literally attacked everybody from Robert Pattinson on down, and that I literally like just completely.
I understood what you meant, God. I understood exactly what you meant. Like, yo, it's not saying that that it has greater production value,
right,
or like, there is more grandiose to it or anything like that. It's just, hey, when I go to a theater and I engage with a film, like, it's okay to compare it to another film, especially one that just came out. Like, I feel like that's not an unreasonable thing to do.
But you said it best too. When you talked about how you left, how the feeling that you got when you left the theater, that it was just a better overall movie going experience. And that's what I'm trying to say too. That's what I was trying to say too. I wasn't, and that's really what I meant when I said that, because I was looking at it as a theatrical experience. I think it was better than the Batman. You have to remember that you're like, for me, when I was watching Batman, I was bored for a big percentage of the time. So I fell asleep a couple of times too. So, but that didn't happen for me with Morbius. I was engaged the entire time. So
absolutely.
When I say it's a better movie than the Batman, I'm talking strictly in terms of my theatrical experience with the movie. And it's a valid criticism, because both films are playing at the theater at the same exact time. You can go to the theater and literally watch one or the other or both at your leisure. So to me, I kept getting all kinds of messages about, well, how can you compare the two? You could have just said that you liked Morbius. You didn't have to bring up the Batman at all.
And why not? Why not? Why can't I compare?
Yeah, as though Batman is some taboo subject. You're not allowed to bring that movie up unless you say it is the greatest movie of all time. Don't bother bringing it up, because once it comes out your mouth, the cavalry is coming for you. That is the reality of that situation. Yes,
that's what I'm saying, yo.
And Rainwater Games here says, give Will Smith's canceled Netflix movie role to Chris Rock. Pow pow.
Man, Chris Rock is going to be all right. Chris, look, let me say this about Chris Rock. All right, he about to, like, his ticket sales for his comedy shows have already skyrocketed and all sold out. Right, this man is probably going to get a Netflix special. You know what I'm saying? Chris Rock is going to be just fine. All right, like, let's not act like this is too much. He'll be all right.
The question says, I don't know about you guys, but the first thing I do every day is check Twitter news. If Toby Emmerich is out or replaced. I can't wait till Zaslav starts making movies. Yeah, well, that's gonna come. It's gonna come in time.
Yo,
I think people are listening, paying too close attention to the one-sided media that is polling for Toby Emmerich to keep his job.
yo, and it's crazy because in the same article that's talking about he's safe, it also says that they're looking for a new studio czar. Like, come on, yo. Like, yo, this man is gonna lose his job. It's fine. Like, there was gonna be, a grace period. He's not gonna be out immediately, but this guy's gonna be gone, yo. Like, let's just move on.
And Batman 530 has a great response in relation to our earlier
Flash, right? Yeah.
talk about Ezra Miller.
Yeah, Ezra Miller.
You don't know the whole story. Thank you, ZodWriter. So many people love playing judge, jury, and executioner without knowing the facts. That's the kind of world we live in now, Skiiwalker, where just a headline is enough for people to draw a conclusion and to make up their mind. Like, this is why there's so much confusion over Toby Emmerich. People aren't listening to what Sil and Mikey and what other people in the industry have said about Toby Emmerich. They're not listening to that because they're seeing headlines and they're seeing tweets.
But it's literally other stuff in other trades too, Zod.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. It's just like they're like, on one hand, they're saying, yo, like, the trades are saying this. But on the other hand, those same trades are also saying the opposite as well. But it's like they would rather just overlook all this mounting evidence that these people are going to be on their way out. You know?
Yeah. I think it's going to be, and this is the thing that I've come to learn. None of these people that talk so much about the business side of what the studios do know a thing about the way corporate mergers work. Okay. And in my work history, I've worked for two companies that have gone through corporate mergers or takeovers, so to speak. Takeovers is the not so kind word for it. But ultimately, when you have a company, especially a company like WB that is literally acquired by another company, Discovery, they don't keep the guys at the top. And what people have to understand is they have to get rid of the mid-tier people first before they can get rid of Toby Emmerich, Walter Hamada. These people, in order for them to go, you got to get rid of everybody underneath, which is why, when they got rid of like Ann Sarnoff, it created so many ripples because she was pretty high up. So my thing is, you always have to get rid of the guys underneath in a merger before you can get rid of the bigger people. And if you know anything about how big corporate companies work, you would already know that. So you would already be able to tell just from that the writing is on the wall for people like Toby Emmerich. There's no way that Zaslav is coming in, cleaning house, getting rid of people like Ann Sarnoff, but he's going to keep Toby Emmerich, literally the architect of all of this nonsense. They wouldn't need to be merging anything if it wasn't for Toby's dunderhead decisions. You have to think about this for a second. Everybody at that company was influenced by Toby Emmerich. So if you're gonna keep him, you might as well have kept all those people underneath him.
Pretty much.
So I don't know. I don't know what world these people are living in. The Yasmin, what's up, says ZodWriter for president. That role's already taken by Abu Nas. Abu Nas is the president.
No, Abu Nas is the president. Yeah,
the president. He is El Presidente, and that is definitely my president for sure. We've got Feel the Force and subscribe to Skiiwalker Tha Jedi. Yes, of course. Skywalker, could you give a little bit of a background on how you chose your online persona? What is it about Skiiwalker the Jedi? And I know that it could be something really, really obvious, but I always have to ask.
No. I'm gonna keep it a book. No, my nickname has been like Skywalker for just so long, like, and it's always been like around that kind of moniker. And it was also, like, it was for three reasons. And that because one, I always loved Star Wars, right? So I was a super big Star Wars fan growing up. Loved Luke Skywalker. Two, when I was younger and when I was able to, like, I mean, when I was really in my peak playing basketball, I could jump pretty high and I could dunk, right? And the third one is something that I want to say on the internet, but there was a third reason as well. So just Skywalker the Jedi. It's just been my thing, and I was like, yo, I'm gonna just run with it all the way to YouTube. That was already my thing on Instagram and all that. So
Well, I mean, hey,
I'm
it's
here with it now.
working for you. So I
Yeah.
can't say that you made a bad decision there,
Yeah.
because it's definitely working. See, Alex says here that the Flash movie is a karma bomb for the Clown Squad. It's a hot mess, delayed, rewritten again. In the end, it'll be flushed. I think so too. I think it's going to end up being flushed. My view is, if this Ezra Miller stuff is really as bad as everybody's making it out to be, we might not end up seeing this movie at all. This end up getting flushed completely.
Look,
wouldn't surprise me.
Zod, like, yo, we have to remember, yo. See, and this is why the intentions, or, like, why, the reason why you do a said thing is so important, because this movie was never made for the right reasons. They were never trying to just, make some money while just out to tell a real good story. They were actively trying to, undo what Zack Snyder did. That is why this movie was created. And if you look at it, right, they have done nothing but just speed through the process while shuffling directors and writers in their hands like dice. It's like, yo, hey, Rick Famuyiwa. Oh, nah, hey, Phil Lord, Chris Miller. You know what I'm saying? Hey, who you got now? Like, it's just been crazy. So, they get what they sow, and now, you're seeing all these things come to a head, and I don't think it's surprising. I think it's just, karma. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you're 100% right there. And Sharon Peters is in the chat, says, hey, girlfriend. Hey, what's up, Sharon Peters? Great to see you as always. Bat Dan says, okay, bedtime now. We'll catch this on the replay.
Good show, man. Salute to you.
Bat Dan. Thank you so much for coming, man. And sorry about all the early confusion. Andrew Casali says, if there's any fans of Batman 1989, raise your hand. Oh, yeah, I love that.
Get a load of me.
It's a great movie. Definitely far more quotable and memorable than Matt Reeves' The Batman. I'll tell you that. Right.
Do you know I already forgot that movie?
I did too. I don't really remember anything. The only quote I remember from the Robert Pattinson Batman is, I'm vengeance. That's really the only thing I remember, because it was plastered all over commercials. I mean,
look, this is something that I left out of my Batman review that I did, right? That I'm going to give on side. The fact that man was calling himself Vengeance, or that everybody was calling him Vengeance throughout the first half of that movie, that was so whack and so, like, yo, look, it was corny.
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely.
It was corny, yo. And, that movie, man, it didn't need to exist. We did not need that movie.
Because to me, because it was so bland and uninteresting plot wise, Skywalker, can we both agree the Riddler was a YouTuber. Okay, the Riddler.
Yo,
Like and subscribe to get my boy the Riddler up to 1,000 subscribers. Come on, people.
just like just like with Batman, right? I liked the Riddler's reveal, right? I thought that was cool. And then the more that he talked and the more that I started to see him, the less I liked him, right? And then by the time that when he got to the end and he was a YouTuber, I lost it, Joe. I was like, yo, man, this is ridiculous. This movie did not have to be that long. I kept coming back to the word overindulgence. That's just what it was. It was a whole bunch of like, hey, look at this cinematography and Batman walking through the rain.
Well, I think I figured out. I think I figured out why these Batman fans are so rabid and so angry, like a bunch of babies in diapers. I think the reason why babies in dirty diapers, excuse me, the reason why they're like this is because this movie, in the back of their minds, they've got to realize, this movie is not that great. This movie is mid-tier at best. If it was good, a sequel would have been announced immediately after opening weekend. They listen, dude, they announced a sequel for Wonder Woman 84 immediately. So you're telling me if the Batman,
and that movie was whack.
If the Batman did well, okay, and we can both agree that the Batman is a better movie than Wonder Woman 84.
I do.
However, if the Batman was that great, if the box office and all the see, I think what it is you look at Matt Reeves and all the stipulations and all the little caveats he had for doing this movie.
Yep.
And people are looking
came back to bite him.
People are looking at him like, you know what, Matt, you're no Christopher Nolan. You didn't out Nolan like your producers were claiming they were going to do. You failed to out Nolan. Your box office is okay, but it's not spectacular. So we're not gonna green light anything other than HBO Max TV shows.
Zod, that is what probably got them all this carte blanche, was that they was promising, like, yo, that's probably why those quotes came out.
Mm-hmm.
They were probably promising them, like, yo, we're going to out Nolan. Look, this is why you need to give us our trilogy. And nobody else needs to be able to touch these characters, right? Nobody needs to be able to touch, my Batman. This is not Robert Pattinson's The Batman. This is Matt Reeves' The Batman, right? Like, and even the things that I didn't like about Robert Pattinson's Batman, I didn't blame him. I blame Matt Reeves for the most part.
Right. It's all him. It's all his writing. He, like you said, he had complete creative carte blanche for the movie. So any issues that you have with it, story-wise, pacing-wise, whatever goes with Matt Reeves.
Yeah.
He can't say that Warner Brothers messed with his movie, because Warner Brothers allowed him to do. No, if he were to come out tomorrow and say, Warner Brothers, messed with my movie, this isn't the cut that I wanted. If he were to come out and say that, I swear nobody would believe him, because Warner Brothers rolled out the red carpet for him, because if you remember,
absolutely,
he left on two different occasions due to creative differences, and Warner Brothers caved and gave him his way on all counts so that he would come back, because they wanted him so bad, because he was so overhyped from the two Planet of the Apes movies that he did. And I've never been able to understand the massive appeal of Matt Reeves. I understand that he's a good filmmaker, but to me, he's always been kind of mid. So I don't understand why they basically made it seem like he's like the second coming of Christopher Nolan.
It was because of that Apes movie that he did. That's
yeah,
what, like,
well, he did 2 of them, but the point is,
no. I'm talking about the first one, and everybody overlooked everything else. That's my point.
oh, the
They
first
looked at that
one
movie.
because the very first one
He
in
did the
that
second one.
wasn't even directed by him. So
Exactly. That was Rupert. Was it
Rupert Wyatt,
Rupert Everett, right?
Wyatt directed it. Yeah.
Rupert Wyatt. Yeah. So, and then he did the second one, which was a far better movie. I liked the second one a lot more, in my opinion. But his third one was right, and then everything else that he had done before that. I mean, Cloverfield. I mean, the marketing was better for that movie than the movie was, right?
The movie itself. Right.
And so, everybody just kind of overlooked all that other stuff, and they just went off that one Apes movie. And I think that they kind of overplayed their hand.
I believe so. I believe so. And Sharon Peters says, I have confirmed reports that Zod once again isn't wearing pants. Sharon, do you have that webcam in my apartment spying on me again? Because
Probably.
I kind of feel like that's what's going on there. If you
really, don't let me find out you ain't got on no pants.
If you know that, yeah, I know that's not really important, is it? Cass here says,
oh yeah,
Moon Knight equals the midnight. Oh, that's a pretty interesting take. The midnight, huh? So you think that Moon Knight is just mid? I'm gonna reserve judgment until I've seen the entire season before I make a comment.
I thought the first episode was decent.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any statements until I've seen the whole thing because I don't want to prejudge it. I don't want to be like that. But hey, man, I've seen some people make similar takes to that. So no disrespect there. Maybe ultimately in the end, that's exactly how we'll all feel about it. But I want to wait and see until after the whole thing comes out.
Yo, and it's interesting that
Batman is mid. The Batman is definitely mid. But
right, yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that they only got Oscar Isaac to sign on for this one series. That's interesting. He's only signed on for this series.
Yeah,
that's what they reported. So I think that's probably why they've been marketing this as such a standalone kind of not really touching much else kind of story, because they don't know if they're going to have him back, more than likely.
Yeah. I think Oscar Isaac is giving them the benefit of the doubt at this point. Sickness says, Skiiwalker, I was surprised to see that dude Edward Arnett acting decent the other day because he's a hater and hella trolls Snyder fans on Twitter. Yeah, oh yeah. Hey, that dude was coming at me hard when I posted my tweet. So I was happy to see him acting civilized in your chat as well.
Yeah, hey, look, I get it. And that's why I'm here to have these conversations, right? Because what I feel is, us Snyder look, and this is kind of, the thing that I wanted to kind of get out there tonight, right? Is that, we are three-dimensional people, right? Like, we've been called cultists, right? Like, all these crazy like terms and stuff. And, we're real people, guys. Like, and, some of us are willing to have these conversations. And, as long as you're respectful and, you don't consistently just come to troll, I'm going to have that conversation with you.
Yeah, and it's nice that you were able to get him to a level where he actually stopped trolling for 5 minutes so that you could actually have a civilized discussion with him. And Chad Snyderverse wants to know, so how about that Dr. Shill weirdo on Twitter?
Oh my God, yo. Matt Reeves, come get your man. Matt Reeves, come get
for
your
real.
boy. Yo, look. If that man look, it's so obvious that he went and saw the Batman and was inspired by the Riddler. Yo, the fact that they thought that that was like one of us at all is insane, yo. That man is obviously inspired by Paul Dano's Riddler. Like, oh my god, so ridiculous, so ridiculous. Weirdo.
Rainwater Game says, I finally got to meet this fabled Sharon Peters, and I don't even have a comment prepared. So, hi, I guess.
That's all you need.
That's all you need to do. Hey, Sharon. Sharon is awesome as far as I'm concerned. You'll never hear a negative word come from my mouth about Sharon Peters. She is awesome. Koopy Malik is given some props here to the Bad Channel. We got the wonderful and beautiful Rhea in the chat. Always a pleasure to have Rhea here. Yo, she says, "Evening, y'all." Dropping a like support for the show. Oh yeah, she's amazing. She's absolutely amazing. I love Rhea, and I love all the things that Rhea is doing. All the stuff she's been doing with her Glimmer Cast and all the collaborations she's been doing with different people on YouTube. It's fantastic. Rhea's awesome. If you haven't subscribed to Rhea yet, you definitely need to, because Rhea is definitely somebody. Unlike the Riddler, Rhea is definitely somebody we want to see get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible.
And like Rhea has looked out for me, like in some key ways, man. She's like really opened some doors for me, and like I want to take this time to appreciate her for what you do.
She's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely. And like I say, there's a reason why Rhea is a wrench on everybody's channel. There's a reason why Rhea is.
I gotta get some mods, man. Yo, how do I get some mods?
All you gotta do is click on the name and add them as a moderator. There's an option.
Man, I gotta get some mods, man. That was crazy.
You were, and the thing was, everybody in your chat always just knows how to handle the trolls that come in. But what's great about you, and what's a unique way that you do things with your on your platform, is you tend to just give the trolls that little ounce of respect. Like we were mentioning Edward earlier, that little an ounce of respect where you give them enough rope to like hang themselves, because you'll have that conversation. You'll be like what you finally told Anthony, where you were like, listen, man, if you don't answer the question, next thing you say, I'm booting you out of here, because you're just so you handle it correctly. Like you're basically telling these people, come correct or don't come at all. And that's cool. I mean, hey, that's the best way to
have that conversation, I swear. No, look, like, and I'm not even gonna lie, right? Like, I kept seeing certain topics being brought up by certain people, no matter what I was posting about, right? People kept bringing up the Batman box office, right? So that inspired my live, and I'm like, I want in that. That's why I call it, like, change my mind, right? If you really feel this way, come to the live. I'm gonna let you know when it is, right? And you can pull up and you can air your grievance, and we will have the conversation. But it's gonna be the right way. Like, if I ask you a certain question over and over and over again and you won't answer it, then hey, you might have to get bounced up out the club like Batman did.
Yep, just get bounced up out the club. That's and you basically have pointed that out a bunch of times too. You said I think you even told him where you're about to get bounced out the club. I think you did tell him that.
It's true.
And Sharon Peters says, I'd love to see Will Smith star in a slapstick comedy. Okay, Sharon. And let's see. El Necron says, like Skiiwalker said earlier, they weren't celebrating the Batman. They were celebrating the supposed demise of the Snyderverse. And
Yo,
that's what I wanted to touch on with you right here. Truer words were never spoken. It's not about this mid-tier Batman movie. It's about what this mid-tier Batman movie means to the Snyderverse in their minds. Okay? Because to them, anything that is against the Snyderverse is good. And this is what I'm starting to wonder now. Is it really that you're rallying behind Matt Reeves and you're rallying behind Pattinson, or is it because you hate the Snyderverse so much that anything that isn't the Snyderverse, and I've got to ask this question because of the way people were coming at me for what I said. And how many times in the comment section of that tweet were people saying, "Oh, you just don't like it because you're a Snyder cultist"? How many times did Zack Snyder's name and did the Snyderverse get brought up in that thread in relation to me when I was talking about two totally separate movies that had nothing to do with the Snyderverse whatsoever?
Right, nothing to do with Zack whatsoever. See, but that's the thing. They can't help but bring Zack and our fandom up because we was popping, yo. Like, yo, I was on a stream. Wait, what was that? Wait, was that last night? Or was that yesterday?
I don't know, man. There's been so many streams. They all run together.
Yeah, recently, yo, and it was so crazy because they was on there for God knows how long talking and everybody saying what they got to say, right? And then I pop on, and then when I'm giving my sermon, now all of a sudden, you know, I'm talking too much and I'm talking over everybody. I'm like, yo, you know, but no, like what's really been crazy throughout this thing is that like these people repeatedly throw rocks and then hide their hands, right? They say stuff that will that they know and intentionally try to stoke the fandom, and then once they get, you know, clapped on or like everybody says something, then it's like, oh my God, you guys are so toxic, you guys are this, you guys are that, right? I was on a stream, you know, we have moved on, right? We talking about a totally separate topic. I ain't brought Zach's name up, right? I've been talking about everything, right? You know, and then one of them snuck in a little shot, right? And was acting like I wasn't gonna say nothing. And I checked him. I'm like, yo, like, see, were you bringing that up to try to like trigger me or like what's going on? Like, you guys can't seem to, you know, not bring Zach's name up. If you just let us be in this echo chamber and be cool and just do what we got to do, then everything would be fine. Stop stoking the beehive. You know what I'm saying? Like, leave the wasp nest alone. Like, just see it and walk by. Don't walk over there.
But the way that these people are rallying around anything shows you that WB and the mainstream media were very, very successful in sowing the hate narrative against Zack Snyder, because so many people hate Zack, and we still don't know why this hatred runs as deep as it does. But it runs
I have a theory.
Very deep. It's incredible.
I have a theory. I think it was Sucker Punch. I think that when you look at Sucker Punch, I think Sucker Punch had a lot of undertones and subtext that kind of rubbed some people the wrong way. And
I would agree, but also Skiiwalker.
No, you know, I mean, like some real stuff.
We still haven't seen Zach's version of Sucker Punch. That's what's so ironic about it.
No. I mean, but even the version that we do got, like, God, I think Sucker Punch is a pretty deep movie. I think if you really look at Sucker Punch, it's a really deep movie, and I think that people aren't seeing a lot of what he was trying to put out there, and I think that the people that did pick up on what he was putting out there didn't like what he was putting out there. That's my point. Like,
Wow.
and they just manufactured this whole hate because that's when it started. That's really when, and now that we have so much experience, like with these mobilized hate trains, right, that they've kind of put out there time after time, doesn't it kind of seem like that's what probably happened back then?
Yeah. I gotta agree with you because he's, the hate. We have to remember there's always a beginning to everything, and
Absolutely.
a lot of people will say, well, it was Man of Steel, it was BVS, but I'm with you. I think you got to look at Sucker Punch because remember everybody was high on Zack Snyder after 300. 300
Absolutely.
people, 300 was almost universally loved, and now I'm seeing people hating on 300, which is
And
bizarre
calling
to
him
me.
racist when
Yeah,
he adapted a graphic novel
yeah.
that's based on something that actually happened.
Listen. I saw I saw 300 I saw 300 in theaters.
Oh, I did too.
I loved
Woo-wee.
it. Let me tell
Woo.
you something.
I saw that movie three
I've
times. Yeah,
seen
three
I've
times.
seen every I've seen every Zack Snyder movie in theaters with the exception of the Guardians of Gahul, because
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I don't even know if that movie got a theatrical run, and the Dawn of the Dead. But all the other movies that Zack has made, I've seen them all in theaters, and in most cases more than once. So all I could say is, so when they call us Snyder cultists and they want to use that as a term just because we like that director, they're absolutely crazy. But if you want to keep calling me a Snyder cultist, I'm going to admit it. I'm a card carrying member and I'm proud of it. Listen, he's a great director. He's my favorite director working today. So I don't care if you call me a Snyder cultist. I just
Yeah,
don't like when you use the fact that I like Snyder against me whenever I argue about other films.
absolutely.
That's what bothered me with Morbius. When I was talking about
Absolutely.
Morbius, it had nothing to do with Zack Snyder.
But when I bring up Morbius in comparison to the Batman, they get mad, right? But they can bring up Snyder when I bring up any other movie,
Any other
right?
movie, I
I
said
I can be
I
talking about
I
anything.
I want to know because I heard that some people were getting into it with Batman fans when they said that No Way Home was a better movie than the Batman, and there
It
was a little
is.
fight about that, and I'm like, and that's why I said to one of these cats on Twitter, I was like, listen, dude, I'm like, you could take Morbius out of the equation and put any other movie there in its place and say this movie is better than the Batman, and you will have outrage because people are so insecure about this movie right now.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
insecure.
Yo, and it's funny because it's almost like it's almost as if they're trying to emulate us back in the day. That's why it's so cute. That's why this whole thing has been like so cute, right? You guys think you're like, yo, we've been through that fire, man. And it's hot, right? It's crazy when the world is telling you they don't like your movie, don't it? Oh, it stings, right? It makes you, hey, like, yo, it's crazy. But now they're trying to tell us how box office works. Look, you can say whatever, right? But the fact that we're arguing over whether or not this movie is going to make a profit, like, is really kind of ridiculous. It's really kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, because me personally, I really don't care about the box office, but I love the way they keep moving the goalpost. That to me is hilarious.
Oh, yeah, right? Apparently now, after it came out that and Sarnoff and them getting fired, oh, everybody knew. that Aaron Sarnoff was going to be gone. Oh, we,
Yeah.
they all knew, right? Oh, first they call you crazy,
Yeah,
and then there's the theories.
y'all had your love affair with Ann Sarnoff because she was the superhero extinguishing the Snyderverse from DC. But now that she's gone, y'all already knew she was going to be gone. Yeah, right. Give me a break. We got the Bad Channel here saying smash that like button and subscribe to both these guys if you haven't already. They are truly amazing. Thank you, Trey. Bad Channel, you are amazing, man. You put out some of the best content ever. Thank you so much. And Ray is saying here, he says the two OGs up in here. Salute to all of you guys. You guys are all wonderful. This is
Look,
what I'm talking about. Yes,
I might even pour me a drink and get a little lit tonight, yo. Let me know if I should pour up a drink for my man Zod. You know what I'm saying, in the chat. Put some drinks in the chat if y'all want me to pour up. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling great tonight.
I'm feeling pretty good too.
To make history, Zod.
I'm feeling pretty good tonight too. I'm feeling pretty good tonight too, man.
Let's do it, yo.
We got South Cali guy saying, "Evening, everyone. I'll have to catch the replay of this tomorrow during work. It's about my bedtime. Got work tomorrow. Always good to see y'all. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Always good to see you too, South Cali guy. Yes.
Put that work in.
Oh my God. It's what's amazing. You know what's amazing though. All these great people in the chats that frequent all of our live streams and all of our our cross pollen, our streams that we do. And it's funny how you always see you see the same faithful names. You see so many people coming up in here. And you know why that is? Because we all speak the truth. That's what it is. If we were disingenuous and we were liars and we were fakes, you wouldn't have a reason to be here. And so that's why I sit here and I'm like, I am very, very, very pleased to be with real people like you, of course, my man. I ain't
gonna front you. Like the other day when all this news was dropping, right, about Aaron Sarnoff and them being like gone and everything, I had like such a feeling of euphoria, right? And I was sitting there thinking, no, I love this community, yo. I love all you guys. Like everybody that comes to the chat, host streams, shows up on panels, whatever. Like, I love all you guys, man. I love this community, yo. We have been kind of like, locked arm and step. You know what I'm saying? This whole time, some people got on later, and it's cool. But as long as you got that real energy and you on some real time and you got real vibes, you know what I'm saying, then you are always going to be welcome here. You're always going to be welcome in my chat, and I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. So absolutely, unequivocally, no question. Just want to put that out there.
Oh, I couldn't have said it better. We literally have the greatest community in the world that comes to these streams. It is so wonderful. Everybody gets along so well. Everybody is always here for fun.
So I gotta pull up.
Oh, you're gonna pull up with some drinks? Okay,
I'll be right
back. Okay,
I'll be right back. Hold up.
All right, man. Baby girl is saying, I don't buy all this bad press about Ezra. It just smells like typical Emmerich trying to deflect. And the lovely Sherry says, hello, ZodWriter. And I reply, hello to you, lovely Sherry. So great to see you, as always. Thank you for being here. Sharon Peters says, I say we dig up Adam. I say we dig up Adam West and let him play Batman in the next movie. I could see them maybe doing something like that eventually, Sharon Peters, recreating Adam West digitally somehow. I think I heard that he's got a cameo in the new Flash movie. If they hadn't meddled with Rick Fumiyawa's script, they wouldn't be in this mess. I agree with you. Let's see. They got that there. And then What's going on, Mad Max Entertainment? Good to see you, brother.
Salute
Mad
to
Max.
Max. Salute
Mad
to the
Max.
man.
Mad Max, the man, is here in the chat. What's up, Matt? It's good to see you, as always. Man, did you get your drink?
I'm pulled up, yo. I'm pulled up.
Okay, cool. Let's see here. We got Ray here. They could have just tracked Riddler's IP address. Well, apparently they tracked mine. So yeah, they could have just tracked Riddler's.
Dude, he took the pictures from the same place.
Yeah.
Nobody, yo, wait, didn't they find something from like an angle in the Dark Knight movie? And they was like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that came from this angle. And we'll do the. Come on, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of strange to me that the Dark Knight, they allegedly took so much inspiration from the Dark Knight, but yet they claim that they wanted to out Nolan this entire time. But when you think about it, it just seemed like the movie overall just seems like a Dark Knight tribute movie, essentially, because they didn't riff on any of the best parts. There was no real originality in the movie. So it's like a cover of a popular song that tries.
He was the world's greatest detective, Zod. The world's greatest detective.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
But then they're like, oh no, but this is like early Batman. He's year 2.
actually, if it's taking place within year 2, or if the summary says he's been Batman for 2 years already. So wouldn't this make it wouldn't it mean that he's in year 3?
He's almost in year 3, yo. This is crazy.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
Yo, people constantly pointing stuff out to him throughout the entire movie. This Joker scene shows it. He pretty much gives him the entire plot of the movie in 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, yo.
Ridiculous.
Come on.
Sith Holocron says, never rub another man's rhubarb. We know where that's from. Again, absolutely. All the quotable one-liners that came out of Batman 89. I mean, come on.
Want to get nuts?
Let's get nuts. Yeah. I mean, you gotta look at.
Wait till you get a load of me is the most chilling line from the Joker, I feel like, maybe ever in like any movie.
Because it was done so menacingly well. It was perfect. Yeah. I mean, and this is why so many people love.
Still sends chills down my spine.
That's why Jack Nicholson is still. That's why Jack Nicholson is still like the top when it comes to the Joker for me. I mean, yeah, you have Heath Ledger, and everybody loves Heath Ledger, but I got a special place in my heart for Jack Nicholson. I mean, Jack Nicholson was awesome in the role, and he played the role very traditionally, and it actually makes sense. And I don't know. And Ray here says Jim Carrey and Frank Gorshin.
Jack Nicholson, wasn't he the top billed actor in that movie? Now that
Batman 89. Yeah, it was Nicholson and then Keaton.
Yes,
that's so funny. Isn't that not funny?
Y'all youngsters out there.
Keaton. Yeah.
What am I talking about youngsters? I was like 5 when that movie came out.
Yeah. By the third act, the Riddler was your typical incel. Yeah. Riddler was not interesting at all. The fact that they made Riddler a YouTuber, says a lot. I don't know if Matt Reeves was trying to say something about YouTubers or what, but.
No, Zod, I'll tell you what he was doing. He was trying to inspire Dr. Chill. That's what he was doing, yo. Like, he wanted somebody to come out there and to take up that mantle and to actually, follow through in the real world what he was trying to put forth cinematically.
Yeah. Andrew Casale says Jim Carrey is better as
the weirdo, yo. And Dr. Chill. Yo, Zod, when you saw the Dr. Shield thing, right? Like on a level of 1 to 10, how funny was it to
I thought it was ridiculous. I didn't even look at it like it was
you?
funny. I just thought of it as just some more ridiculous stuff that was set up to once
Zod,
again harm fan bases. I
I
think that
couldn't
guy's
stop
just
laughing.
a troll
I couldn't
overall.
stop. I was
Yeah.
like, yo, this is what we doing. This is how, like, this is what we've come to. You know, the fact that we got people that would really sit there and take time out of their day and put an entire video vignette together to try to make the Snyderverse look bad.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know, and again, it you can't put it past these people because that's the whole reason that they're capping on this new Batman movie so hard because
That's true. That's
they
true.
hate the Snyderverse. It's about hating the Snyderverse more than it is liking this movie. You know,
Yo, hey, but at the end of the day, those I think the more powerful that they get, I think it only shows how powerful we actually are.
oh, I know, and you said it best
We move
yourself
mountains, yo.
when you said that we are too mobilized now. We're too organized. The Snyderverse fandom is too big for them to ignore it.
Yeah,
We're uh let's see. Gotham Riddler was good. Okay. Well, definitely better than the Riddler we got in the Batman movie.
absolutely.
Console Fanboy says, Sharon Peters, any chance you can have an interview with Zod? People want to want to make KW.
I think that's a typo.
People want to know. Okay, people want to know you're funny. And Sharon Peters says, "Thank you, console fanboy." Yeah, I would definitely love to have Sharon Peters on for a late night Q&A. I think that would be a lot of fun. We would have a blast. Um, Tim Burton had a much better story and pacing for his Batman. I agree with you. Definitely. Let's see
Yo,
here.
just the experience wasn't that cool, yo. Like, and I had no fun leaving the theater. Like, I realized that I didn't have any fun during that movie. I even had, and it doesn't have to be a fun movie. I had fun watching Joker, right? Like, there was definitely conversations to be had after that movie, right? And it was very moving, right? That's like fun for me. That's entertaining, right? To make me feel stuff. The Batman just didn't give me any of that. Like, it was just silence throughout my entire screening. And people were like, talking and moving around and checking their phones, and it was people kind of laughing at stuff that wasn't supposed to be funny, you know. And it's like, I don't know. This is the best thing since The Dark Knight, or it's better than The Dark Knight. You guys are insane.
Absolutely. And this is a great comment here. They said Reeves would become a legendary director after this movie. Oh, yeah. This movie was supposed to put him above Christopher Nolan status. This was supposed to, again, out Nolan. So we're talking about uh, putting him on the level of Nolan and Snyder. And hell, if you ask the Batman stands, Matt Reeves is probably the greatest movie director of all time at this
Wait,
point.
wait, wait. Did did the Batman cost more than Batman Begins? It absolutely did, huh?
Yeah, of course. Batman
Oh,
Begins didn't get that big of a budget because of uh Warner Brothers thought that the Batman franchise was
dude.
irreparably damaged after Batman and Robin, so they weren't putting a lot of money into a future Batman movie. So Nolan had to prove himself with Batman Begins.
Warner Brothers, see, and this shows the ineptitude, right? This shows the ineptitude at Warner Brothers that this was even like greenlit. the fact that they even like went this whole route and gave this man all of this money, right? To go make this Batman movie. While you see, and another thing is what they did not foresee is the Snyderverse getting restored. That made things so many much times worse.
Oh yeah, the
Because
whole
then,
point was let's erase. The whole point is let's get people to forget about the Snyderverse and focus on what we're doing over here.
absolutely. And now you got this big albatross, which is Ben Affleck's Batman, that's in your way. And, you know, people's like, yo, where's that movie? Rightfully so. And I don't care, yo. Like, look, these movies were made for, purposes that weren't the best. And I think that, all this stuff is karma. It's all karma. It's all coming back. The chickens are all coming on the roost right now.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Sith Holocron says, "What scares me is this Riddler was a YouTube incel, and so that reverted to a child, and many people were good with it." Yeah, I don't understand how this version of the Riddler was allowed to be put to film, because it was just such a horrible characterization. It barely resembles the character of the Riddler in any form or fashion, to be honest.
Yeah, he just drew a couple riddles and had Batman. Oh my god!
Oh yeah. And he started singing, and people think it's better than Ledger and Leto. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if they really think that it's better, though. This is what I'm wondering, Skywalker. Are we going to get to a point where when the Snyderverse is restored, that people are going to start coming around to the realization that the Batman is mid? I mean, what do you think?
Zod, I think that after Zach is back and we start getting these projects, I think that not only will they come to the realization that the Batman was mid, but I think that they're just gonna come to the realization that we were right all along. They thought that we were just gonna stop with release the Snyder cut. They thought that that was gonna be enough for us, right? And that we were just gonna leave it at that. But no, and we're gonna get everything that we were supposed to get, and we're gonna get more. And what's even stupider is that these people are gonna get dragged along the way, and be crying the whole time. But at the end of the day, they're gonna enjoy what we have brought for them. Pretty much.
And I got to give a shout out to the great Sharon Peters here. I love being a wrench, but I'd rather be a hoe. Okay, Sharon, we cannot argue with that one. We got Console Fanboy says, Sharon, you're turning me on. Next song is about you. Wow. Speaking of which, Console Fanboy, your latest song that you have out there right now about my main man, Bobby Boo, Keep Bobby Out Your Mouth, is a great track. You guys, if you haven't heard any of these awesome songs about gaming and that kind of stuff from Console Fanboy, definitely check him out on Spotify, because he's got some great songs. He's talking about this. In his latest song, he's talking about this this punk that has a YouTube channel, quarters on the plexiglass or something. A real scumbag, but it's pretty funny to me. It really is. I mean, he's got this. It's one of those scenarios. I guess you had to be there. But Ray says the cheese man got sliced and diced as always, because again,
Ginsu.
Skywalker doesn't play games either. Skywalker is another man that deals with trolls on a level. And again, you gave this man all the rope. And
hey, yo, every time I'm willing to have that conversation, yo. But if we just gonna keep what I might have asked him that question like 4 to 5 times, yo. And I'm like, yo, he just didn't answer it. And I'm like,
Yeah,
you're just in there trolling, man. See, because
yeah,
and some people think, hey, it's just trolling, it's harmless, right? Like, I don't have time for that, right? Like, I deal with real people that have real takes and are ready to have real conversations. And if we're just trying to troll, then I'm not really for all that.
yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. And Saggy Melons is here in the chat. My girl Saggy saying stopping by to show love to Zod. Well, Saggy, thank you for stopping by
Yeah.
and showing some love. I definitely love you. I hope all is going well with you, Saggy. Always a pleasure to see you.
Yeah.
Let's see. We
Saggy
got
and I talked the other day on Max's stream and we cleared some things up. So we are all good, and much love to Saggy.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's how it is. I want everybody to be cool with Saggy because Saggy is definitely cool. Ray says, notice Zach hasn't talked about Patman since the release, despite him being hyped for it. Yeah, Zach, but Zach doesn't really,
Yo, I don't think he
Zach
really be
keeps his
hyped for
mouth
these
shut.
movies,
I gotta
though.
be honest. Zach keeps his mouth shut. I love Zach.
Yeah,
Don't say nothing about no other
yo,
movies.
yo. You see how James Gunn keep trying to throw that shit out there? Like, oh yeah, we're cool. Like, oh man, you ever seen Zach really say to him and James Gunn was cool?
No, not really. I mean,
Like
but they did work together on that zombie
on
movie on the Dawn of the
yes,
Dead, right?
on
So
on Dawn of the Dead, but how long ago was that?
how
Do you
long
know how
ago
many
was that,
people
and how
that
much
I've like worked with once a decade ago that I'm not cool with now?
not
Like
cool with now? Like the whole relationship like deteriorated. Like this guy's a dirtbag. I don't want nothing to do with him.
exactly, yo. Like, yo, on one hand, you have a lot of women that love working with Zach. Can't really say you have a lot of like, high profile women that are like itching to work with James Gunn right now, like,
Right?
just
It's
being
like the
honest.
same situation. It's like the same situation with Joss Whedon. Everybody that works with him always finds him a little bit creepy.
Yeah. But it's funny that everybody that works with Zach says the exact opposite.
He's great.
And
Everybody has
and
nothing
but
but
you
good
can see
things
that
to
there's
say.
genuine love there.
Yeah.
Like no, they genuinely love that man. That's why he has such a genuine um fan community, right? And why we have this great relationship. I was seeing people talk about like, oh well, Zach would just still be teasing you guys if he was just trying to get this Snyderverse back. And I'm like, yo, y'all don't like. I don't think Zach would do that. I don't think that Zach would know like, hey, there's a 1,000% chance that this is not happening, right? And then that he would
Yeah.
just keep teasing us like ad nauseum.
Well, yeah,
I don't think
that's what the uneducated in terms of
absolutely.
Zack Snyder believes. They just think he's trolling. They don't know. They haven't been around like we have. They don't know. They don't follow him. They don't know. They just listen. There's just a few bloggers and scoopers and people that they listen to that are trying to paint a narrative, and they look at the headlines, and that's what they make their assessment off of. We got Justin Proper in the chat. Shout out to Justin. What's up, man? He says, "Hey Zod, hey Zod, hey Skiiwalker. Good to see you, man."
Shout out to Kaz Axe, man, and Koopy Mallet.
Absolutely, Koopy is awesome, and Kaz, man, what's there to
And
say, man? So many good people in the chat, man.
Yo, shout out to all y'all, man. Like I'm so serious. Film Goblin.
For real. Film Goblin says, "Hey Zod, do you think Jeff Johns stole Doomsday Clock ideas from Zack Snyder?" I don't know. I kind of felt like Doomsday Clock was Jeff Johns kind of having his own little fan wanking session and DC going along with it. That's what it felt like to me. Like a whole big book full of fan wank that took a long time to release. 300 is a masterpiece. I agree 100%. Love 300.
What is your profession?
Here we go. Here we go. This is going back to what you were saying earlier about Sucker Punch. Zach was exposing abuse. These people acting like it didn't happen. Sucker Punch rules. Yes.
And like abuse from who? That's what I'm saying. Yo.
Do you think it was like a crack at like Harvey Weinstein and some of those?
Yo.
Like, you think it was really like I gotta ask, because at this point, Zach was ahead of his time. He was really,
Yo, that's real. I'm telling y'all, man.
Going deep.
Sucker Punch had a lot of themes in there that made some of these execs uncomfortable, because they know, because like, look, this is what I love about life, right? In life, you can fool the public, you can fool people that don't do what you do, but what you can never fool are your peers, right? So your peers are gonna know who's really doing what, right? So I know all them directors saw through what Zach was trying to say, and I know that these execs who watch movies, right? They watch movies of different stages, thousands of movies, right? Way more than normal people watch, right? And they knew what Zach was saying. And that's why, and these critics too, who also, as we've seen, have been, willing to take shekels,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And payola, right? Look at what's happening now. You got articles coming out talking about Toby Emmerich is safe. Ridiculous.
Absolutely. And Jersey here says no one talks about the Owl movie, Guardians of Ga'Hoole. He made cancels the nationalist message of 300, shows kids how glorifying violence leads to emptiness. Yes, that movie, Guardians of Ga'Hoole, is another masterpiece from Zack Snyder. It's an underrated masterpiece that nobody talks
scene about being a hero. Oh my God,
man. And 300 is the graphic novel come to life. Absolutely. Zack Snyder is like comic graphic novel artists for film. Yeah, absolutely. He's like a director version of like Alex Ross. You know how everybody loves Alex Ross's art? How
I was just reading
is.
Kingdom Come like not that long ago.
Yeah.
Oh my yeah, man. Alex Ross is great. I was just reading Kingdom Come not that long ago.
The irony is that our biggest detractors aren't the MCU fans these days. No, they're not. They're Robert Pattinson, Matt Reeves Batman stans. Those are our biggest detractors right now.
Yo, look, Zod, I'm about to say something. This might be controversial. I'm starting to think now that a lot of these MCU fans that was going so hard were just, I think they're the same people, Zod. I think all the Batman fans, you know what I'm saying? These Dr. Shield chills, right?
I don't know, because they were fighting with people that were saying that No Way Home was better than the Batman.
That's true too. But man, look, I just think that there's some crossover here. That's all that I'm saying. I think that there's some crossover here.
Probably
because like it's literally the same arguments. Or else I'm just kind of stuck in a time loop. Maybe we're in Army of the Dead, and this is some time loop, right? But it just really feel like we're having some of these same conversations from like back in 2017, 2018, 2019.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. It's just kind of degenerated now into actual because so it's basically, so is it really a civil war between DC fans, or is it just cross-pollination with MCU fans? Because I don't know, because Morbius is a Marvel movie. So
yeah, but you got Jared Leto is in there.
Yeah.
Yo, I was just saying this. Jared Leto just came back and shot scenes for what movie?
Zack Snyder
Jared Leto
Justice
is
League.
probably gonna be in what movie if a
Right.
certain verse gets restored, right?
Right. Justice League 2 and the Batman movie and all that.
Jared
Robert
Leto
Affleck.
is a major part of what cut of some movie that may or may not be released later this year,
The
right?
air cut. Oh yeah.
Yo,
Oh.
I'm telling you, yo, we about shout out to Mr. Wes Ashley. We about to go deep, yo. I
Oh
think
yeah.
that a lot of these things are all connected, yo. Like, yo, there's no way they've been trying to kill Morbius since before this movie even came out, yo.
Oh yeah. Morbius was on the hate brigade track. And it's so sad too, because it's just this little movie, like you point out, it's this little monster movie that isn't bothering anybody. It just happened to come out finally after like 4 years. They finally released it. Like, I don't know, like, what's the problem with it? I mean, listen, I thought it was great, and I think one of the reasons why I loved it so much and found it so refreshing was that it was a movie that was very easily digestible. I could sit through the whole thing.
Absolutely.
I could enjoy it. I could enjoy my Batman calzone with extra Catwoman sauce and not, while I was watching this movie, and not have to worry about it. Not only that, you watch this Morbius movie early on. If you watch it early in the day, you still got plenty of time left in your day.
Absolutely.
All right. It's not long form storytelling.
Not only that, a lot of people were upset with the post-credit scene. I looked at it like this.
I thought that was great.
Yo, look, this movie was supposed to come out well before No Way Home did, right? I'm not gonna blame them for trying to add something in to show that they're bringing Spider-Man into this universe, right? Like, is that or is that not what we want? Like, do we want Spider-Man in this universe interacting with these villains, or do we not? And they were talking about, Morbius is a good guy at the end of the movie, and I didn't think he was a good guy at the end of the movie. I mean, he pretty much didn't have anybody else. He was still on the run for murder, right? And we don't even know how much time has passed in between the end of the movie and when he meets up with Vulture. It's just like, look, everybody just calm down, pump the brakes. Morbius is not trying to do the same things that the Batman is trying to do. It's not trying to like create some huge world where you're, gonna be having spin-off shows on HBO Max or whatever. Like, no, it's just there to show like, hey, this is a villain origin story. It may or may not even get a sequel, but it doesn't need one. If they lump him in with Spider-Man, I think it'll go great, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's a good play. That's a good place for Morbius to be. And fourth 1000, what's up, man? Good to see you. Says, what up, Zod? First live stream of yours I've caught. Good, glad to have you here. Great to see you, man. I love when we get more people coming in here and checking out what we're talking about. Marcus Cruz says, when Zack Snyder called out geeks and gamers, Jeremy and his stupid fan base added fuel to the fire. Anti-SJWs hated Zach because of that.
Man, that's recent. I'm talking about like, yo, has been Marcus Cruz. This has been going on for quite some time. This has been going on for years and years and years. So
this goes way back here. The Snyder Bros community rules, funniest around. Yes, lots of fun here. And
another thing that I don't think, hey, so see, I'm about to drop a couple bombs on here. Another thing that I think that Warner Brothers didn't like about Zack Snyder is I think that they didn't like that Christopher Nolan had his back so much in the beginning.
Oh yeah,
The
of
only
course.
reason Man of Steel got made like that was because of Christopher Nolan.
Yep. Yep.
He was the reason why they pushed through Zod snapping his, Zod getting his neck snapped, right? Christopher Nolan is the one that told them that he needed, that they should trust him. And I think that his influence over that situation also didn't make them comfortable.
Of course not. Yeah, and anything that makes Zack Snyder look better or helps Zack Snyder or reinforces is not what they want. Zack is, I think, the complete opposite of a studio guy in terms of the type of content he puts out. I mean, he's a team player and he's all about working with the studio. But when you actually think about the content that Zack puts out, he ruffles a lot of feathers in the, in the grand scheme. And it's remarkable to see all the hate that he gets. But then you see the outpouring of love from the various, communities that are supporting the Snyderverse and supporting Zack and all the films that he's doing and all the work, and we're all excited and they're seeing this, and that this is why I can't help but laugh when I see all these people talking about how they believe that Toby Emmerich will still be there at the end of all of this, because I really don't think so. Toby's on his way out the door.
Yo, I think he's out before the summer, yo. I think he's
absolutely
out before the summer. I know everybody's sitting there like, oh yeah, his contract runs out later this year. Maybe they just won't renew it. Yo, guys, if there's anything that David Zaslav has made absolutely clear, is that things is shaking up faster than he expected. First, we thought the merger was going to go through on Monday. He said, "Oh nah, I want this done Friday." You know what I'm saying? Like, and then people are already losing their jobs, and he ain't even got through the door yet.
Right. So like we said earlier about mergers, y'all just don't understand that that when you have a company like this coming in, literally taking over, it's going to be a big change. And Sharon Peters says this community reminds me a lot of a swingers community that I'm also a part of. Okay, Sharon. Well, that's cool. Marcus Cruz says, and then they say he threw them out of the threw them under the bus. No, he didn't. That day was when Asians were being shot in the streets, and it just so happens that Zack's daughter was Asian, so he felt sympathy for Asians. Well, yeah, that's when he was given that. He gave that message, yeah, and they tried to make it. They tried to make it about them, like they always do, but it's not really about. It wasn't really about them. I still believe to this day that Zack Snyder was giving two different statements, in that instance, and they just misunderstood what he was saying and decided to take it personally. Chad wants to know Zod's thoughts on the Dr. Shill weirdo, the Snyder cult guy on Twitter. I don't really have a comment on him. I think Skiiwalker summed it up nicely earlier. Let's see. Console Fanboy says, LOL, Sharon, I'm a virgin. Okay. Ray says, remember the WB billboard featuring Gal Gadot, Margot Robbie, Jason Momoa, Michael Keaton, and Christopher Reeve. Yeah, I remember. You remember that billboard, Skiiwalker?
This whole Flash, like, multiverse Justice League thing, it sounds so confusing. Like, just the way that they're trying to like merge these things, and possibly Michael Keaton isn't even the Batman that we know. This isn't even the Burtonverse. He could possibly be playing Thomas Wayne. Like, this whole thing, man. Like, I just they gonna get what they deserve, yo. Warner Brothers get
Oh yeah. Warner Brothers is gonna get Zaslaved, and when it happens,
Yo,
it's gonna be a thing
yo,
of beauty.
Doctor Strange
Already
in the
started.
Multiverse of Madness is about to wipe the floor with the Flash.
Oh man, you are 100% correct,
About
brother.
to wipe the floor with it.
Yes, absolutely. And Sharon disagrees with console fanboys' sentiments about being a virgin. Sharon says, "No, you're not, console fanboy." And console fanboy says, "Be my first." And console fanboy even says, "Even though I know you're a guy, I'll take it." And Sharon says, "I can't stop laughing."
Oh my
So,
god!
so there you go. That's the kind of banter that we have going on in these chats that I think is
Late night
awesome.
Q&A with
Late night
ZodWriter.
Q&A is always a fun time. Cass says, "World's greatest detective can't detect Spanish." Oh my god, it's so funny. I mean,
But son,
all the examples in that movie of ridiculousness. Oh my god.
Zod, when he said a rat with wings and his first guess was a penguin.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, he's really not that bright for being the world's greatest
Oh
detective.
my
That's for
god,
sure.
man. The other cop is pointing stuff out to him. He just, oh my, yo, he had cops pointing stuff out to him. He had Catwoman pointing stuff out to him. He had Alfred pointing stuff out to him. Like, I'm just like, yo. And my question has been, look, because Batman has always been kind of close with, or closely aligned as like a Sherlock Holmes type character, right? When have you ever seen Sherlock Holmes getting the case solved for him? I think that's a good question. Zod in here? Might have lost Zod for a second. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Yeah. But look, anyway, I just want to know.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you back, Zod?
Yeah, I'm here. I had a bit of a drop off, but I'm here.
Oh, all right, all good, all good, all good. Yeah, like I'm just saying, like, when have you ever seen Sherlock Holmes just getting all these things about a certain case pointed out to him that he just didn't notice? You know, it's kind of
Well,
ridiculous.
we gotta cut him some slack. He's only been Batman for almost 3 years, right? He's that's I mean, why are people being so hard on him?
The Batman who walks. See, and that's the thing. Part of this whole like grounded take. That's why he was walking through so many doors and walking around everywhere. It's because they didn't want to have him be all like really mysterious and already be at the crime scene when Gordon gets there, like he's supposed to be. You know, and they were trying to say, oh, we're gonna do this different from Christopher Nolan, but better. And it's like, yeah, man, but
Yeah, we're gonna out Nolan
tall task.
Nolan.
It's a tall task.
And when we out Nolan, we're gonna make $1 billion at the box office. Isn't that what all the fuss is about here? They got to make $1 billion, and now the goalposts have been moved, and we've been told that this movie never had to make $1 billion.
It never
Right?
had to make $1 billion. Ain't that right, Zod? Ain't that right?
Never had to make $1 billion.
Right?
No.
They didn't project it to make like 185 opening weekend, right? or like whatever that was.
Right. It was what was it? What was opening weekend? Was it? Didn't somebody say something like, yeah, it was like supposed to be close to 200 million opening weekend?
They said it was like, I think it was gonna be like 185 at first. They said like 185. And it's so funny, everybody try to say Mikey and Seal gotta hold this L, but Mikey literally always said, hey, 80 to 100 million, but it could go up to 120 if there is good word of mouth. It literally did like right over that. And then still did Man of Steel numbers pretty much. And if you adjust for it, inflation, it didn't beat Man of Steel.
Yeah, exactly. It really didn't. Sharon Peters says the best quote from Batman 89 was, "Let's rub our penises together." I don't remember that line,
I
but
don't either. I might have to watch
hey,
it again.
I'll have to rewatch the
Maybe that's
movie
part of
again
the director's cut. Maybe
just,
that's part of
just
the
for
Burton
that
cut.
line. I'm gonna have to watch it again because I do not recall.
The Burton cut, right? You know.
Let's
And
see.
actually,
Wow.
who said that line? And I'm actually gonna, like, who the hell said that?
Yeah, I don't know. Sharon, you got all the best. You got all the best stuff tonight. I don't know. I can't compete with Sharon Peters. We got Chad Snyderverse here says the Riddler in the movie reminded me of Doomcock. I kind of got my Doomcock vibes too, a little bit. I really did. I kind of was thinking about that, or some a YouTuber that just like a really. There was a YouTuber several years ago that
Mhm.
was a diehard fan of the musician Bjork. I don't know if
Bjork.
you
Oh my God. Yeah, yeah.
if you know this story, but
Yeah.
this YouTuber, he was demented. He had a lot of issues. He was racist. He was very but he was very sick. He was mentally disturbed, and he was obsessed with Bjork to the point where he was so brokenhearted by the fact that Bjork was dating this African American gentleman at the time that he made plans to commit suicide because he didn't want to live in a world where Bjork was with some black guy, right? That was his mentality.
Because Bjork
So
was dating Seal.
right, Bjork was basically dating Phil, right? Bjork was dating Phil. He couldn't live with that, so he did this whole YouTube odyssey where he essentially was doing video after video, and then he kills himself on camera, live. Killed himself, and it was brutal, man. Like it literally, and it caught all kinds of headlines. It was this, but a lot of the stuff that he said and a lot of his his thoughts and stuff were scatterbrained all over the place. Reminds me a lot of the way that they characterized this Riddler in this Batman movie.
Matt Reeves might have been throwing shots at the fandom, He
I
might have
think
been.
so. I think so.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Because really you have to look at it from the perspective. I mean, because where there's a lot of where do a lot of us Snyderverse fandom people at least reside when it
Where
comes
do
to
we
us
reside? Absolutely.
speaking, where we come out and we speak about all of this. It's YouTube and Twitter mainly, right? Twitter is where the whole release the Snyder Cut movement got started, and you essentially,
Absolutely.
and then it sort of, and then it kind of leaked over to YouTube, and it
YouTube,
became,
yep.
yeah. So it's one of those things where Reeves could have been taking shots, but I mean he could have made Riddler better. Riddler was so weak in this movie. He was weak sauce.
Could have made Bruce Wayne better too.
Oh. Well, I wish he would have had Bruce Wayne in this movie, because the Bruce Wayne in this movie was not really Bruce Wayne at all. I don't know who that was. Yeah, he had the name Bruce Wayne, but that was about it. There was nothing else really in common with Bruce Wayne. And I didn't really think just because Andy Serkis was cast as Alfred didn't really make him Alfred in the movie. I mean,
Yeah, right.
he had 2.5 scenes in the film. And it just kind of, I don't really get the point. Like, okay, you might as well have not even had Alfred in the movie. You could have cut him out. Real talk, you could have cut him out.
Yo, Alfred's relationship with Batman or Bruce or whatever in this movie was so bad. Like I really didn't like their relationship at all. And I keep telling this story. When he woke up out of that coma from, almost dying for Bruce, and then Robert's first words are, to him are like this whiny, just like complaining and stuff. I really like. I got this feeling in my stomach. Like I just hated that moment. I hated it. Like I was like, yo, like why is my Batman arguing with Alfred like this right after Alfred almost died for you, bro? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seemed kind of like disrespectful to
And
that
at
relationship.
one point, I thought they killed him. I thought, oh my God, Alfred is dead already. He barely had any
Yeah,
scene.
right.
Maybe I'm like, maybe that's why Andy Serkis signed up to do it, because he knew he'd be a one and done, and then we wouldn't have to, you know. I don't know. And then of course remember how there were all those rumors on the set about how Pattinson and Matt Reeves weren't getting along, and the
Yep.
movie, and then there was that whole story about Pattinson and Zoe
Yeah.
Kravitz having sex on the Batmobile
Yeah.
and on top of the Batmobile and all that. And and you wonder about this kind of stuff. Like, did all this stuff happen? Was it all manufactured? I can believe that this stuff happened. I would say, if you ask me, that yeah, it probably did happen. I mean,
Look, I will say this, all right. I learned a valuable lesson, right? When the lead up to Justice League was happening, we were hearing a lot of things, right? We were hearing that the movie was being reshot, that Henry Cavill had a mustache, right? Like people like John Schnepp was out there telling everybody, like, hey, this movie's being reshot, redone, re-edited,
yeah.
right? And I literally did not believe him. I literally didn't believe it, right? But I think a lot of these things leak out for a reason. And I think that there was probably some validity to what was being said about.
I will say this: if Robert Pattinson had the
Ooh, and I have a
opportunity,
question too. Go ahead.
if Robert Pattinson had the opportunity to have sex with Zoe Kravitz on top of the Batmobile, and that didn't happen, I don't know. I don't know I don't know who I feel worse for. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's like, okay, well, dude, that may or may not be true, but there's worse things to be rumored about that movie. I mean, so I'm not throwing no shade. That's like the coolest thing. That's like the coolest thing ever, if you ask me.
Hey,
I mean,
I have a question, Ozad, and maybe
okay.
you can give me an answer. Okay.
Sure.
Why were they concealing the budget of this movie since last year? Because isn't it strange how they said this entire time that this movie only cost $100 million, and
Yeah.
then like right at the end, it was like, oh no, it might be 185. Then it was like, oh no, it's probably 200. Now it's like, oh well, because of the COVID cost, it might have been near 250.
I think all in all, it probably cost, rounded out, at about 300 million to make this movie.
Yo, but why did they lie this whole time? Because they've been lying since last year.
Because they knew the movie was mid. That's why. They knew the movie was mid. You can't justify. Listen, you can't justify
Yo.
300 million for this turd. Honestly, this movie is a turd. And I'm just speaking for me. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I did not like the movie at all. The only thing I liked about the movie was Zoe Kravitz. I hated everybody else. So if for me, I don't understand why people keep making excuses for this boring turd of a movie. This movie was horrible. I mean, the characters were trash. The story was long and drawn out for no reason. The Riddler was unrecognizable, and then to make matters worse, after the movie, they put out that horrible Joker scene. I mean,
Oh my, that was trash, man.
I
That was
don't
trash.
get it. I don't get it.
That
I
was
don't
trash.
get why
That
everybody
was
is
trash.
out there simping for this movie. It's horrible.
That Joker reveal was trash though. Like the one that was in the movie.
The
That
scene
was
that was
trash.
in the movie was trash. And
That
Chad
was trash.
Snyderverse here says, "Oh, and by the way, Zod, I really enjoyed Morbius. I had a great time with it at the cinema, as did I, as did Skiiwalker, as did Sil, as did all of us, as did Rhea. We all talk about how much of a good time we had watching Morbius. Why is that? Because we weren't bored. The plot was easy to follow. The characterizations were cool. It wasn't a perfect movie. Sure, it was flawed like every movie that you watch now, but at least it's not pretentious like Batman trying to be something that it isn't and trying to make people think it's the greatest movie of all time. Morbius isn't doing that.
It's a
So,
monster movie, people. It's a monster movie. It needs to be judged like a monster movie.
yeah. Integrity 101. I like the Batman. That being said, I was very disappointed by the Riddler. It was a missed opportunity. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, what's the idea of having the Riddler dressed up like a walking condom for almost 3 hours? I mean, come on. Was that product placement for Trojan? Just like Little Caesars and all these other product placements that were done in this. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If Gotham was really the horrible place that this movie makes it out to be, there wouldn't be a Trojan man, and there wouldn't be a Little Caesars, because Little Caesars would not want to be in Gotham. Okay, I'm just saying, nobody would want to be there. You couldn't even be. You couldn't even get a Popeyes chicken or a KFC in Gotham with Gotham being like that.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
I mean, the Batman. I don't understand why people are capping for this movie. They are capping for this movie on levels.
They saying we can't even compare them, Zod. They say we can't even compare these motherfuckers.
I know you're comparing apples to oranges when you compare the Batman to Morbius. Okay, well maybe I am. Maybe I am comparing apples to oranges, and let me tell you why I'm comparing apples to oranges. I'm comparing apples to oranges because the Batman cost nearly $300 million to make, and Morbius cost $75 to make. Do you understand? Do you understand the discrepancy in money here? I mean, the currency. I mean, it's just like, give me a break. If you spend 300 million on a movie, it better be good. If it's not good, that's going to be embarrassing. And you're going to
these people telling us we don't know business, man. Like, yo, to anybody that's saying right that we don't know business, I would ask you this question: how many people at your place of employment do you have that are like under you? Because it can't be that many. What you guys thinking the way that you do? Because you be out of there, yo. You be out of there. If it was a snake, it'd be them bit you in the face already. Like, yo, this thing, man.
I mean, we got all these Obiemric apologists out there right now. We got all these people capping, talking about how the Batman is better than the Dark Knight. It's the greatest movie ever made. I just don't get it. And Jordan Rodriguez says when Zach is back, DC is going to take over the comic book movie world. Man of Steel, BVS, and Zack Snyder's Justice League already, to me, is a better universe than the MCU. What's there to say? That's real talk.
I've always preferred what Zach was doing anyway. Zach's like, hey, I just got my arc that I want to tell. You other directors can spin off of it if you want to. I just have my arc that I want to tell. And we were going to get a Justice League by the way of Lord of the Rings kind of story. And I would prefer that to what the MCU does. I prefer what Zach does to the entire MCU. If I could choose to just have one, I would rather have my complete Snyderverse than the entirety of the MCU.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, no disrespect to the MCU because
I'm sure that their fans would feel the same
at least you're
about
right.
us.
Right. And they would have their valid reasons because that's their thing. And
I just said Disney's killing.
I like Marvel too, but I accept Marvel as for what it is. So I'm not throwing any shade at Marvel here. I'm throwing shade 100% at the Batman though, because you want to talk about something that's overrated. You want to talk about something that's extremely overrated. It's this Batman movie, and all these people say, "Oh, well, I liked it. I thought it was really good. I liked it." Well, yeah, you liked it, but what did you like about it? I don't get it. You're not. Nobody can really.
That shouldn't be
one specific scene where they say, "Oh, that's Batman for me."
And you shouldn't be coming out of this movie just liking it. See, and that was my point, right? Is that what I do think that this movie does almost perfectly, what it does execute on is make me excited for where the sequel could go. But that doesn't excuse the fact that the movie that I watched didn't entertain me.
Was me.
Like,
yeah.
I shouldn't leave going, oh, well, I'm excited for where the sequel could go. That's something new. But this entire first experience, wasn't up to snuff. Right. So,
exactly.
I'm not really. Y'all can have that Batman, yo. All you got to chill. You can have your Matt Reeves, the Batman, yo.
Integrity 101 says, I've been telling everyone forever now, Zack Snyder's Justice League is relaunching the Snyderverse. You are watching it happen. The momentum was too much to stop. Yeah, absolutely. But again, the idea is to get people focused on this Batman movie. That's why it's being so hyped to the level that it's being hyped. But you know what? It's all starting to water down because that sucker's about to be on HBO Max in a couple of days.
Where it belongs.
That thing is coming to HBO Max. It's going to be on there, and then the next month in May, it's going to be on 4K Blu-ray for all the stands to buy it. And what I don't understand is,
I'm not buying this movie.
If y'all wanted the movie to make $1 billion, why didn't you go see it more often? If y'all loved it so much, why didn't you go see it?
See, and that's the thing, right? Look, and that's another thing bomb that I'm about to drop on Zod's channel that I ain't never said live, I don't think. You want to know why I think WB absolutely made it a point to where the Zack Snyder's Justice League could not be viewed in the States, like in IMAX or in cinemas? I think because they wouldn't have been able to hide the fact that any day or any screenings that movie would have gotten would have instantly sold out. They wouldn't have been able to hide the fact that there would have been that there is a fervor to see this movie in the theaters, yo. Like, there's places where you can't even view it still.
Yeah.
Even if you try to rent out a theater.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing that trips me out. So many people have tried to do that, and you just can't. And I don't know why. That movie would have did gangbusters in the theater.
Oh, my goodness.
WB knows it, and that's another reason. So when people say, "Oh, those Snyder cultists, they're just conspiracy theorists," no, we're telling the truth. We know, because if this movie, if they would have put it in theaters, they would have made bank. And then it would have really been unavoidable. They can't, because you can't hide the numbers.
everywhere that they haven't been able to hide the numbers, this movie's been a massive success.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right?
as long as you can't hide,
and
as long as you can't hide the truth,
that's what makes me so mad about people saying, "Oh, well, they're gonna restore the Snyderverse if it makes sense business wise." Like, we showed there is a market for these films.
yes.
There's absolutely a market for these films, and the fact that this movie was viewed in China more times than Endgame, like, hey, you guys keep chasing this elusive China box office, right?
Yes.
You got a property that does better than Endgame over there? Like, come on now.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the other excuse. That's the other excuse, right? What's the other excuse? See, they knew that if they put Zack Snyder's Justice League in theaters, that they would have had no choice but to restore the Snyderverse.
They knew, right? That's why they tried to not make it go global at the same time.
That's why they hid the HBO Max numbers.
That's why they hid it. Yo, man, look, I personally got about 40 subscriptions for HBO Max between everybody that I knew. I was demanding everybody that I know watch this movie.
Well, not only that, I bought Zack Snyder's Justice League about 4 or 5 times on Blu-ray.
I've already bought it 4 times. I threw a watch party when it came out. I had people over. No, it was a huge thing. Everybody was sending me screenshots like, "Hey, I'm like watching a movie." I was telling everybody like, "Yo, look, if you love me, if you care about me at all, you will watch this movie opening weekend." You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I got so many people to sign up. So we put that groundwork in, and people want to say, like, "Oh, how can you guys say that you deserve this or you deserve that, or you guys don't deserve what?" We deserve it because we put that work in. That's and right. We showed that there is a market.
That's all you got to do. The basic rules and principles of business is supply and demand, right?
But isn't that telling me I don't know what I'm talking about?
Right? Is that not what it is, though? We are showing you that there is a demand. Dude, all you have to do is supply. That's all.
You give me product, I give you money. It's just that simple.
It's as simple as that. I don't understand what the problem is here.
John, you want to know when I knew it was real though? Do you remember when they put that that little poll out that was pretty official, where they were asking people how much were they willing to pay to see the Snyderverse, and I was like, yo, I mean the Snyder Cut. I was like, yo, I'm willing to give you guys like $100 to go to the movies and watch this thing one time. I'm willing to pay $200. Like, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that's when I knew that we was about to get what we wanted.
Yeah, the demand has always been there. And Daniel here says, "Hey Zod, hashtag restore the Snyderverse." Absolutely. Marcus Cruz says that Zod, people want to see Blade versus Morbius. I think we are going to see Blade versus Morbius. 100%. 100%. You don't get an actor like Jared Leto to play Morbius if you don't plan on using him down the line. He's a pretty high-profile actor. So that's another thing all these people that are crapping all over Morbius are forgetting. Jared Leto's a pretty sought-after actor.
And he's fantastic in that movie.
Yeah.
Him and Matt Smith are. That whole Matt Smith dance scene, I feel like that could have easily come off as corny, but
the reason that scene was in there was to show how, because remember how Matt Smith's character started off as a kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was struggling. He was severely disabled. He could barely walk. He could barely move. And now he has this new
confidence,
confidence, and this rejuvenation, this almost like he was born, almost like he was reborn, essentially.
Absolutely.
And so now he can get up and he can dance and he can. So that's what I got from that scene. I didn't think it was corny at all. I looked at it
kept
as
the same shoes.
Yeah.
That was also something too. He always like kept the same shoes that he had to kind of like, it was almost like a little reminder. Yo, people don't be picking up on this kind of stuff, Zod. That's why me and you click. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. It's a completely people completely miss these little details that make sense. This is a kid who was struggling his whole life, who thought he was going to die, at a young age, who was very, very sick, who was in and out of the hospital, who was constantly going through this, having his blood cleansed and, like a dialysis type treatment on a daily basis. This is what I'm talking about. These are little details that this movie tried to show that I think they did in a very convincing way. So when you see Matt Smith doing that, dancing like that, it's not corny and goofy like how they did it in Spider-Man 3 with Tobey Maguire. Matt Smith is doing it because he finally can do it. Imagine that growing up, you were never able to walk. Growing up, you struggled, you couldn't walk, you could barely move, you're on crutches, you're walking, you can barely walk, and then you suddenly get some sort of new miracle medical treatment that you're allowed to walk, you're able to move your legs, you're able to dance. Wouldn't you jump up and down and dance crazy and do all kinds of crazy stuff?
Exactly,
because you're so elated by the fact that now you can finally do this. See, a lot of people can't relate to that kind of stuff. A lot of people miss out on those little details, and that's important. And that to me was another reason why I loved Morbius, because it was little touches like that added to the authenticity of what these characters were going through, which is not something that you got out of the Batman. The Batman was the same character all the way through, whether he was in the cowl or out of the cowl. There was no differential between who he was.
Yep, and that also made the movie feel longer to me too. But
it dragged.
But back to the whole Matt Smith thing. No, like, I think that their chemistry in this movie was really good. It kind of banks on that because they're the two main characters. You're pretty much like mostly following one of them throughout the movie. And I think that, this was a coming out party for Matt Smith. A lot of times his characters have kind of gotten cut or,
oh yeah, we're talking to you, Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, right. Wait, wasn't he in the was he in the Snyder Cut too?
I don't know if he was in the Snyder Cut, but I know he was supposed to be in Rise of Skywalker.
No, but it was something else that he was supposed to be in too. That he got cut out of.
He gets cut out of a lot of movies. Poor guy can't catch a break since Doctor Who. It's been rough. The dude is, I don't know, but I want to send a special shout out to you, Adega Outlaw. You're doing some amazing work. This guy, Adega Outlaw, he has his entire YouTube channel is dedicated to short stories and stuff that he himself has written. And what he does is he reads his stuff, and he calls it, he talks about it as being, like spoken word before it actually gets published. So he's an established author, and he's doing some amazing stuff. I'm actually really, really excited. I came across Adega Outlaw's YouTube channel accidentally, because I do a live stream on Fridays with the ambassadorial wing, and we do a stream where we talk about Babylon 5, the TV series Babylon 5. We go over episodes, and I had gone back and listened to a couple of episodes of the Babylon 5 Council of Ones that predate my joining that stream, a long time ago when it started, and Adega Outlaw was on that stream, was a part of that, and I listened to a couple of the episodes, and he had some really great takes, and I was compelled to look him up on YouTube to see what kind of stuff he was doing. And honestly, man, I've been listening to his short stories for days. He's awesome. This is a guy I'd love to get on late night Q&A. That would be a fun. That'd be a fun chat. So thank you, Adega, for being here. I appreciate you stopping in, man. Good evening to you, and keep up the great work. And Chad Snyderverse says, I really want to see Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man go up against Morbius and Venom. I think it'll happen. I think that's
what they're setting up too.
I think they're setting that up. I agree. Yeah, listen, an Andrew Garfield cameo would have been the icing on the cake for this movie if they would have had him in there. I'm just saying.
I agree.
I think a lot of people would be having a different conversation if Andrew Garfield was in that movie.
Yeah, because I don't think that a lot of the same takes would kind of be able to kind of exist, because it would be so overshadowed by Andrew Garfield being in that movie. I think Morbius has a lot going against it, but I enjoyed it, and I don't care. I'm probably gonna go see it again. See, because I actually support movies that I like.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. People, if you like, when you're a fan of something, you're going to continue to support it for as long as you can. And if you have the opportunity to see a movie that you like in theaters more than once during its theatrical run, you're going to do that. See, and this is what I don't understand about all these Batman stans. They're acting like it's the greatest movie of all time and they love it. But if you love it and it's the greatest movie of all time, you should be seeing it in the theater more often to help it reach that $1 billion right?
But Zod, how are they gonna be watching the movie when they can be online talking about the movie?
Not even really talking about the movie, but online fighting with other people who are not calling it the greatest movie of all time.
It's crazy, yo.
I mean, and I said this too. This was somebody else came at me on Twitter saying, "Well, if this movie was in the Snyderverse, you would like it." And I had to correct him and say, "No, if this movie was in the Snyderverse, I would still hate it, because it's not about whether or not it's in the Snyderverse. It's about whether or not it's a good movie. If it's not a good movie, then I'm not going to like it. My taste in film is not going to allow me to like trash just because it's in the Snyderverse."
Was Joker in the Snyderverse? Zod?
No.
Did you enjoy Joker?
Yes, I did, and I saw Joker. By the way,
that's what. Like, yo, these takes, man, they're freezing cold. These are freezing cold takes that people be putting out there.
Fourth 1000 says, "I just don't want DC to contend for the child audience. I love what Zack done. Under him, the DCEU is not a guilty pleasure." Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. We should not. Fourth, we should not have to take what we love and stick it under the rug and enjoy it like it's just some child's movie entertainment. No, Zack treats his audience with respect. This is what you get when you watch the movies within the Snyderverse. You're not being led by the hand. You're not being treated like a child. You're being treated like an adult, and you're meant to see these characters through the eyes of adults. And I think that's kind of what the problem is for Zack and the greater DC. A lot of these kids, a lot of these Scooby kids are not developed enough to appreciate what Zack is trying to do with these characters.
Hey, that's real talk, man.
It's above them. It's above them. It's like you're going over the head there. These kids are not. This is why they're gravitating towards this mid-level Batman movie, because when you look at this mid-level Batman movie, nothing really happened in that movie. If you look at that movie, if you think about it, nothing happened. Okay? Batman got thrown out of the club. He busted a YouTuber, and Alfred almost died. That's all that happened. Oh, and by the way, Catwoman had some cool scenes. That's about it. That's all you got. You know, there's nothing in there. The truth is, this is what we're dealing with. People can't handle, particularly kids on that intellectual level, cannot handle what Zach is giving you, because Zach is giving you high bar entertainment. He's telling you, I'm not trying to spoon feed this to you. I'm going to give it to you through the lens of an adult, and you are going to see it that way. And that's what it is.
There are things in that movie that you won't even catch until like your sixth time watching it. Right? Like I still catch stuff from, in his movies, right? Zach absolutely makes content for adults, and it's okay. What I would hope to have happen is that in this time that the Snyderverse has been on pause, I would hope that some of you kids have had time to kind of grow up a little bit and then kind of like re-watch and re-engage with these movies now that you're a little older. And I think that
now that you've had your first shave,
right? Yeah, like if you really go back in, because look, somebody who was 16 or is probably in their 20s now, right? Now that we've had all this happen, right? So I really think that you guys should kind of try to re-engage with some of this content. It isn't for everybody, but there is enough of us here, and enough general audience that is willing to get on board to where this can be a sustainable thing that can make money, because it's the only it's the only DC property that has been making money for Warner Brothers recently. Like there is no other thing. Zack Snyder's Justice League was a massive success. Like, how much money did this movie make Warner Brothers? I just brought that up the other day. I'm like, yo, they invested $70 million to put this movie out. 70 to 100 million, whatever you want to say, right? But how much money did they make in return?
Well, we know they didn't spend any money on advertising, that's for sure.
No, we did all the advertising for them.
Right. This is the biggest fan advertising campaign of all time. Warner Brothers didn't have to invest a nickel into advertising that movie, and it did gangbusters, and is one of the highest grossing home video releases of all time at this point.
It's been the number one movie in every other country that has pretty much been released in. We can't act like these things aren't happening. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I guess if you're Toby Emmerich and Warner Brothers, that's what you can do. You can continue to act like that, and you can continue to live in a fantasy world. And like Zack Snyder, they're living in a dream world, and that's essentially what
you're living in a dream world, man.
Necron says these anti-Snyder fans are nuts. The Suicide Squad, Peacemaker, the Batman. They will rave all day about those. They're so insecure. It's all Snyder hate. Exactly.
That's so true. That is true. We was just having this conversation about the Suicide Squad. We were absolutely just having this conversation, and then it shifted to the Batman.
Fourth 1000 asks, we're supposed to get the animated Army of the Dead. Is that still
in
the works? Yeah. That's coming.
Joe Manganiello just kind of teased that the other day, didn't he?
Yep. It's coming. It's coming. And that's another Snyderverse that we can be excited about. The Army of the Dead universe, right? We got Army of the Dead,
Absolutely.
and of course, Rebel Moon is
I
going.
love Army of Thieves too. Army
Yes.
of Thieves was great. I'm super excited for Rebel Moon. We're gonna make sure that that's the biggest launch of any Netflix project probably
Oh yeah,
ever.
that's
You
gonna
know
be
what
the
I'm saying?
biggest. That's gonna take the science fiction genre and turn it on its ear. That's what's gonna happen.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have, Rebel Moon is gonna out Star Wars. Star Wars. Yeah, I'm saying it. It's gonna out Star Wars. Star Wars. It's gonna be
Yep.
fantastic. Uh,
See, but I'm willing to say that too. But guess what? I got something to because I actually feel like I can back that statement up. Zach's the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Zach
way
is
more
the
proven than Matt
blueprint, right?
Reeves. Way more proven than Matt Reeves.
He's
Sorry.
the blueprint. Yes, he's the blueprint. Matt Reeves got lucky on a couple of movies that had apes in it.
Yeah.
I mean that's really it
Really
in a
only
nutshell.
one. Yo, it's just that second one, yo. That second Ace movie was fire. I love, Koba, Koba was dope, all that, but hey, I ain't gonna act like that third one didn't happen. That was a bit of a misstep. And the fact that he got the Batman coming right off of that is kind of crazy.
It is nuts. It is absolutely nuts. I can't understand I can't understand what made Warner Brothers want him so much. He's not Christopher Nolan. He's not David Fincher. He's not Zack Snyder. He's not Steven Spielberg. He's not Martin Scorsese. What is it about Matt Reeves that they had to have him? And that's what I'm saying. I don't think the thing is, I don't think he has enough clout for his little Batman movie to get a sequel. I think they realize
Yo,
that movie is not that great. So it's not really worth it at this point.
they were gonna give him HBO Max shows, right?
Sure.
Now they talking about putting the Joker in his Arkham series, right? Look, why is the Joker going to be on HBO Max? Why? If this movie was so successful, wouldn't the Joker probably be in one of the upcoming films?
Wouldn't they have greenlit the film immediately?
Wouldn't they have greenlit the sequel?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. Like you're not going to tell me that this movie is awesome, and then this is how you know that there's more to this budget story for the movie than they're letting us know because they're probably like
It's strange.
they're probably like they're like this. Let's say worst case scenario, they're looking at it like this, Skywalker. Matt, you cost the studio $400 million for this Batman movie, and you're not going to crack $1 billion. We haven't made a profit off of it yet. We're not giving you a sequel, but you can have a couple of shows on HBO Max. That's cool,
right? That sounds plausible. Ain't that what happened with James Gunn? Didn't he go from having theatrical projects to
yeah. It was almost the exact same story with the Suicide Squad, wasn't it? When that movie, remember when that movie came out, greatest superhero movie of all time. Oh
HBO
yeah,
Max.
HBO Max. HBO Max. Nobody went to the theater and watched that. Nobody wanted to watch that. Nobody wanted to see that.
Man,
Not like that.
Hey,
and this movie and the Batman is going to do better on HBO Max than it did in theaters. Hence the justification for giving Matt Reeves TV shows instead of letting him do another theatrical sequel. Because you know what's going to get theatrical sequels? The Snyderverse.
Yes. That's what I'm about to say. And you wanna know what's so funny is that the new dig, right, is because now we can all look, us as Snyder fans, we have a thing called foresight. We can see into the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, and what's happening now is that the conversation is shifting from the Snyderverse isn't being restored to, oh, well, if it does, it's going to be on HBO Max. And that's where these digs are starting to come in. I don't know who told you guys this, but no, we're not coming back for HBO Max. We're coming back for everything. We want theatrical. And that is the only I'm telling and I keep telling people, don't be surprised if the Snyder Cut gets a theatrical, a limited theatrical release
Finally.
sometime after this merger.
And it'll have addition. And don't worry, it'll have additional footage if it goes to theaters. Guaranteed.
And it's gonna do numbers, just like we know it is. The Snyderverse community is gonna
They
show
could
up
release
and
it.
show
They
out.
could release it for one night only as a Fathom event, and it would be the highest.
And
It'll be the
it's gonna
highest
be the
grossing
highest
one
one
night ever. Yeah,
ever.
yeah,
Right? Like, I'm telling you, it's a self-sustaining machine at this point, yo. like it is alive. Like, yo, I'm just so proud of what we've been able to do, yo. Like, at the end of the day, I just feel a sense of pride of being able to say that, I have been here and I've been fighting with everybody. And, I don't look down on anybody else that's in this fandom. I don't care when you came in, long as you got positive vibes. And it's so funny because people try to make fun. They're like, oh, you guys have people that are checking Twitter to see if Warner Brothers is following Ray Fisher. Yes. And I appreciate those people that are in our fandom that do that kind of stuff, that keep us updated.
And why is that? And why is that happening? Why is Warner Brothers finally following these people
Apparently,
again?
that don't mean nothing, Zod. It don't mean nothing that they just followed Ray Fisher,
who's been doing nothing but airing out all their dirty laundry for the last couple of years.
for the past
But
2
it doesn't
years.
mean nothing. But it doesn't
It
mean
don't
nothing,
mean
right?
nothing,
It don't
though,
mean
right?
nothing. No. Keep moving the goalpost. Integrity 101 says, I think Flash was going to be another Justice League 2.0, a soft reboot with D Snyder's DC. Flash was delayed longer than any other film. I believe that is to undo some of the de-Snydering. You're probably right. I still say that there's a good chance that this Flash movie might not ever see the light of day, but that's just me. I mean,
Yo,
I'm
I think they were absolutely trying to revert everything back to something else, but I think once the Snyder Cut came out, that can of worms just like, because then all the other directors just like, yo, why can't we connect to this?
yeah. It's like you're gonna we'll get our answer when the Ayer cut is announced.
Oh yeah,
and
when that is announced, it's over. I don't want to hear nothing else from nobody. When the Ayer cut is announced, it is officially over. There is no reason to put that movie out whatsoever unless Zach's coming back. There's no reason.
Yeah, you know what? It's just crazy. I can't even imagine. What the spin is going to be once the Ayer cut gets announced. And here's the funny part for all those people that think that Toby Emmerich is gonna survive this merger. Let me humor you for a minute. Let's say that by some grace of God or the devil or whatever you believe in, that Toby Emmerich somehow survives this merger. Toby Emmerich is known as what in the industry is what's called a yes man. So if by chance Toby is kept, that doesn't mean that the Snyderverse is dead, even if Toby is still on board, because Toby has to answer to other people. Okay. And Zaslav is clearly looking to restore the Snyderverse. Zaslav is clearly going to make adjustments. Oh, they're following Ray Fisher again. They're following Zack Snyder again. Yeah, no. Zaslav is not going to play games with Toby Emmerich. I personally don't believe that Toby Emmerich is going to survive the merger, but for those of you that do, you have to understand
Why?
Toby is
Why
a
do
yes.
you think he's
Toby
gonna
is a
survive?
yes man. Toby's a yes man. So even if he does survive, he will have to do what he's told in order to stick around.
Yo,
And remember,
why
he was
does
the one.
everybody think this man's gonna survive?
And
I
also,
have no idea. This
and
is so
also, wasn't he the one that had to call Zack Snyder about the Snyder cut anyway? Talk about irony. I'm just saying. I don't know.
And this man had to sit there and watch that banner fly above his head before the Oscars just to go inside and watch Zack Snyder be recognized twice.
Oh
Yo,
man,
yo,
4chan Riddler.
I know he looked
Riddler as a
worse than
modern
him,
version made
oh, man.
sense, but the overacting spoiled it. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that this version of the Riddler couldn't have been done in a good way. I'm just saying that it wasn't executed well at all. Jedi Dick Sensei says whammon. Okay. And we got Kaz again. Okay, talking about method acting here. And because WB spent steakhouse money and got Hamada burgers. That's why. Yeah, that's why the hype around the Batman feels so manufactured, because it is. Jurassic World managed to Jurassic World managed to only need an additional 15 million for COVID measures. What the F happened with the Batman to need like 80 plus million? Yeah. Can somebody please answer that question for me?
That was like one of the first movies, right, to go back into production after the pandemic started, right?
Yeah, wasn't it Robert Pattinson himself who allegedly got COVID at the time, and they had to like stop production because Batman was sick? On the poster, Riddler looks like Pickle Rick. Yeah, I agree.
You get what you pay for.
Yeah. Let's see. We got Sharon Peters here says, speaking of mid, my ex-husband was beyond mid in the sack. Well, yeah, that's sad. I feel bad for you there. But as long as it's your ex-husband, that's not a bad thing then, I guess. El Necron says, don't forget a citizen tip captured the Riddler. The Batman was dumbfounded again. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Batman's not very, very, very smart. He doesn't have, you know what? You know who Batman reminded me of in this movie? He reminded me of like a first year police detective.
Yeah, like a beat cop.
You just get out of the police academy and you're excited because you're hired on the force and you think you know stuff, but you keep doing stupid stuff. I mean, they made Batman, honestly, they made Batman dumber than Dewey in the first Scream movie. David Arquette's character, for those that don't know, Dewey in the first Scream movie was goofy and he, was tripping over himself all the time.
Yes.
Batman was doing the same thing. And this is Batman we're talking about here. So that's unacceptable to me. I don't buy into this. Oh, he's only in his second year. Christian Bale wasn't even in his first year as Batman. and he was a better detective than Pattinson will ever be.
That's facts,
So what are we talking about here?
Yo, they really tried to copy Nolan, even down to the Joker tease at the end of the movie. Man, I'm like, yo, you guys just can't leave it alone. Huh?
And we got Sharon Peters again with another good one. We need more BBC superhero movies. Okay. Okay. El Necron, he wanted them to catch him like just like a certain unrelated
Sharon meant the channel BBC, right? I'm pretty sure that's what she meant. You know what I'm saying?
I'm pretty sure that's not what she meant, but that's okay. Sharon is pretty cool. We got Nova Joe, the great Nova Joe, here in the chat. I love Nova Joe. Nova Joe says that whole the turkey pick didn't become real until we heard more about Crisis from other sites and channels is BS. The turkey pick was definitely a sign. Zach got a call from Zaslav, I believe. 100%. You hit the nail on the head. That turkey pick, those of us who have been following Zach knew exactly what it meant the moment we saw it. We didn't need people to interpret it. We didn't need people to say, oh, it's just a turkey. No. No picture that Zack Snyder posts is ever just what it seems on the surface. There's always details. There's always Zach does everything deliberately, and we know this because we've been following Zach since the beginning. Come on.
Well said, thank you.
Anytime anybody tried to tell me it was just a turkey pick, I just kind of looked at them like,
okay. Yeah, because it also goes to show that they just think that, we just have some kind of like fly by night relationship with Zach, right? It's not that. It's not that at all. We have an understanding, and that is why we are so mobilized, and trust me, I'm not some kind of person that's like easily won over. I say the same thing about, when I was, when I started rocking with Mikey and Seal, like, Mikey and Seal were dropping information that I did not want to hear. Why would I continue to rock with them throughout that period if it wasn't because I thought that, they was keeping it 100? Right? And I'm not somebody that's like easily won over. Like I'm gonna just go with whatever, like, yo, you guys are the ones who be listening to these damn Deadline articles, and Grace Randolph worked for him. Like, I don't even know. He keeps talking about, oh my God, like Grace said this. She works for Deadline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Grace Randolph is owned. She has corporate overlords that she has to.
She literally quoted them earlier. She's like, "Oh yeah, see, told you." And
she put told you. She put told you in the tweet, like we're supposed to be like, "Oh, okay, Grace, we were wrong. You were right."
Boss's lines.
Right. Your boss is not telling the truth, but that's okay. And Sharon Peters says that this stream is deeper than Rosie O'Donnell's vagina. Okay. I'll take your word for that, Sharon. And Sharon says,
I wouldn't know.
Sharon, yeah, I mean, me either. So we're just gonna take Sharon's word for that one. Sharon says, honestly, the act of walking or being able to even move our legs, most of us take for granted. Exactly. That's a beautiful point.
I tore my Achilles a few years ago. Oh my goodness, like, and just not being able to walk, most of us do take that for granted, just the fact that you having two legs and being able to walk around.
And if you've been in a situation like that where you start off as a kid struggling to walk and you don't get to walk until adulthood,
couldn't imagine it. And then I'm able to dance and
exactly. So again, that Matt Smith scene, when you put it into context like that, it definitely makes sense. And Adega Outlaw says, you're very kind, Zod. I'm just observing, Adega, based off of the stuff you're doing. So just keep doing what you're doing, man. You are awesome. I love your content. Like I said, I'd love to have you for a late night Q&A one of these nights. I think that would be so much fun. Integrity 101 says, when people say the Batman who walks, I seriously think about the Roberto Williams interview and what he was saying about bringing back the fantasy mystery element to the Batman. Yeah. Roberto, he really does try to go deep into the lore of what Batman is, which is something that Matt Reeves just threw away to try and do his own take. And a lot of people, and here's another thing too that bugs me about that movie. A lot of people talk about what a great score the Batman had. Oh, great soundtrack, wonderful music. I felt like the entire concept of the soundtrack was just ripping off the Imperial March Star Wars from Darth Vader. Like I didn't think that the
Zod,
Batman
why do you
music
say that, man? Why do you say that,
was
Zod?
like
Zod, I was
dun,
trying not to go
dun,
there. I was
dun,
trying not.
dun,
Zod
dun.
was-
Like did you really get the sense that the music was so original and so
Bum,
badass? I
bum,
did.
yo,
Right,
Zod,
like,
why?
dude,
Why
no,
you say that, Zod? I was trying
Anakin
not to go there, man.
Skywalker, okay, is better. I like the Imperial March. I like Darth Vader. I prefer Darth Vader. I don't want to see.
No. That's not what I'm saying, Zod. Zod, I was trying to no. I'm
No,
saying
I know you were not trying to go there. I
I
know, but
was trying to stay away from saying that I felt like it was a Darth Vader ripoff. I was trying to stay away from saying that,
it was a very
but
sad Darth
now that
Vader.
Zod didn't bust open that can of worms,
Like
it
it was
did sound like a Darth
cheap.
Vader
It
ripoff.
felt cheap to me. Like they couldn't. And then the way they kept relying on the Nirvana music, but yet Nirvana, okay, your Nirvana is synonymous with the 90s. Okay. So are we supposed to believe that this movie takes place in the 90s?
No,
Or is
you were just supposed to believe that Robert Pattinson was Kurt Cobain. That's what you were supposed
yeah,
to.
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. That's but my thing was, why didn't they just make it a period piece? Why didn't
I
they
don't
make
know.
it take place in the 90s, make it
It,
more so that they could like
oh, you
add
wanna know
to that
why?
the aesthetic and really
I know
get into
why.
that Kurt Cobain thing.
I know why, Zod. It's because we really couldn't have been a YouTuber in the 90s.
Something's in the
No,
way.
no, look. I'm gonna keep it a buck. If you look at this movie, there was there. I don't think there was a need for this to be a current like timeline movie.
No, especially because Reeves wants to keep it separate from greater DC continuity. So
Gotham didn't look like it was modern times. None of the architecture looked like it was modern, right? You could have easily set this movie back in the 90s and been okay. Um, but they didn't. They gave them cell phones and the internet and made the Riddler a 4chan.
with flash drives and yeah,
Yeah,
the Riddler was basically that guy that people in the chat have been talking about. The what's his name?
Doctor Shield Chill, Doctor Shield.
Basically the
Yo,
Riddler.
oh my goodness, and just the Riddler.
The human body condom. Actually, I think I think if Sharon were to watch, if Sharon, I don't know if you watched the movie or not. What did you think of how the Riddler looked in the movie, walking around in that body condom for 3 hours? I mean, I just the Batman arc took place essentially in the third act, where he reconnects with humanity, first with Alfred, and then with the people of Gotham. Cool idea, but they crammed it in. That Catwoman romance felt rushed. I agree. Too and corny. The scene where he forces her on a table, got molestation vibes when it was supposed to be exotic. It just felt so weird. Yeah, you know what? I was getting Twilight. I'm not gonna lie, I was getting Twilight vibes from that scene. I felt
I
like
I did feel like their whole romance kind of
bite her
rushed.
neck.
Yeah.
He's gonna bite her neck, and you make her a vampire.
Yeah,
Sparkles.
no. This movie goes a lot off of you like having prior history of prior knowledge of the Batman and like lore, right? I think if somebody came in like not really knowing much about Batman, they'd be pretty lost. They even just kind like even like the Salvatore Maroni stuff that's kind of like just thrown out there, but not really talked about. You have the fact that Martha Wayne apparently she like killed her parents or something, right? And got locked up in Arkham. They never bring that up for like the rest of the movie. They just kind of brush that under the rug and just move on, right? Like there was all these kind of like threads that they were trying to set up, but then they didn't really end up kind of like cashing out on any of them. And it's like, okay, so are you gonna be going into all these different directions? Like, are we going into the Court of Owls? What's up with this Mr. Freeze stuff? Why is the Joker popping up? You know what I'm saying? Like there's just all these threads, and it's like, you guys can't possibly like, cover all this stuff. So what are we really doing here?
To be honest, this movie should have been the Court of Owls story.
Yeah, like it seemed like that's where they were going.
I mean, because you get I got that vibe from everything that Matt Reeves was saying, that it was essentially going to be Court of Owls. That's what I and then for a moment, that's where I thought they were going when they revealed the truth about Thomas and Martha Wayne.
But then they walked it back like a little bit later.
Like, what are you doing? Follow through with this. This actually makes sense. This is actually pretty cool.
And what's up with the whole thing with his mom, Zod? Why Zod? They never really talked. They never really talked about that again, right? The fact that his mom apparently like killed her parents and got locked up in Arkham.
It just disappeared from the story. Yeah, it was just something they threw out there to be cool. This was like a Disney Plus serial killer movie for edgelords. That's what it was. It just was like I couldn't understand what it was. This was Batman Disney Plus. I really you have a great storyline, an idea. And that's what disappointed me the most about this movie. I saw potential in certain things that they were doing.
I did too.
So I ended up thinking, well, a sequel would be cool. But then at the end of the day, I also thought, well, this movie really doesn't deserve a sequel, because all this movie really does is tease a whole bunch of stuff that they're never going to pay off.
That's what I'm saying. Like, like why, I really felt like this movie, they could have concentrated more on just making this movie a great story instead of trying to branch off in all these different directions and show what the future could bring.
Yeah. We got Nova Joe saying greatest of all time since The Dark Knight. LOL. Yeah, right. Ray says too much drama there. YouTube and Discord are my main places for Snyderverse discussion. Oh yeah, Twitter is a cesspool. I am also not kidding. There's a guy on Discord who has a Peacemaker PFP and constantly trolls Snyderverse every day. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody.
They can't live without us, yo. They can't live without us.
Snyderverse is rent free in all their heads. Let's just put it that way. Nova Joe says Jason Keelar had Toby Emmerich call Zach to extend an olive branch when WB and Warner Max merged and put Toby over Keelar in decision making, which is why the momentum stopped. Jason's hands were tied. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because once Toby starts putting his grubby hands all over stuff, there's
yeah.
But don't worry, guys. Toby is out of here by the end of the merger.
Don't lose no sleep, yo.
You know what? I hope he gets fired before the end of the week. And then this way,
they're gonna let him do that whole CinemaCon thing.
Let him do that CinemaCon thing. CinemaCon. I like what Sil said though. That CinemaCon is farewell tour. Hey. Let the man do his farewell.
Look. I'm not gonna begrudge him his last opportunity to go and address the nation. Who knows? Maybe he might even try to take some accountability for the situation. Probably not gonna happen, but we'll see. Just let him have his whole farewell tour.
Won't make him look good when he goes to work at his new job at Tubi. Integrity 101 says, release the Snyder Cut was a lesson in spotting fake news. The Move On crowd learned absolutely nothing.
What was that Google gaming service? He gonna be doing that shit.
He's going, yeah, Toby's going to Tubi. That's my prediction. He's gonna be creative. He's gonna be head of marketing over at Tubi. Yeah, that's my prediction for Toby. It just fits because they don't want him over at Netflix.
Yo, what was that Amazon gaming streamer service? I can't remember the name.
Oh yeah. What's it called? Stadia?
Stadia. Google Stadia.
Google Stadia. Go work over at Stadia. Oh man. Oh my God. Stadia, the biggest failure in gaming.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Toby Emmerich in charge of Google Stadia. You know? Yeah.
And Fourth 1000 puts it very eloquently. Reeves is just a hipster. I agree. 100%. I mean, I saw people saying, "Oh, the Batman was giving me David Fincher vibes." No, there was nothing David Fincher about the Batman. Are you crazy? David Fincher. Oh my God.
Yo, look, Zod, ain't it crazy though how they took Ben Affleck's movie? He was gonna make a David Fincher like Batman movie based on the game. They just switched it to 7. You can clearly see the 7 vibes in this fucking movie, right? And then like they just totally just kept this thing going, and then they released it and expected us to go show up and see it.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean, it's all very, very, telegraphed, and we all can see it. Having watched this movie, I just don't know how anybody can walk away feeling like this was a great movie, feeling like this was the greatest movie ever made. I just don't. I wish I knew. This is the thing. Scooby Kids, I wish I knew what it was about this movie that everybody is related to.
Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
Apart from the Snyderverse stuff, I mean, my thing
That's
is,
not what it is. I know exactly what it is.
oh, okay, go ahead.
Because they relate to this Bruce Wayne, yo. They relate to this, and I can't relate to that, yo. I can't relate. I'm sorry. I can't relate, yo. Look, I am not, yo. I don't feel that same way. When I look at Batman, I need my Batman to physically intimidate me, right? I have to see him and say, yo, I wouldn't want to run into that guy.
Like Ben Affleck's Batman.
Exactly. Yo, he's intimidating. Yo, just that suit. In that scene in BVS with him just staring at the cowl, that suit is more intimidating than Robert Pattinson was in his entire movie, and that's facts.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see. This is why Robert Pattinson. This is why, to me, I don't think he was a particularly good Batman. I don't think he was a particularly good Bruce Wayne. And I'm gonna say it right here. And this is another thing that's probably gonna be controversial to all you
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Folks. I think that Robert Pattinson was miscast.
Thank you. Yo.
I mean, in all honesty, I would have, who I think, and this is going to be controversial too. You know who I think would have been a better Batman for this movie that Reeves was trying to do? Jared Leto.
Oh, yo, that makes perfect sense. And do you want to know something? He looked bigger in Morbius than Robert Pattinson did.
He was jacked. Robert Pattinson had these little chicken legs while he was walking down.
Look. I know all about movies, yo. They tried so hard to make him look bigger than what he was. They tried so hard, yo. They shot him from every angle and tried to show his back all up
That's why we
close.
kept seeing all these weird angles for that movie.
Right? Oh no,
People thought, oh, they're just it was artistic, it was brilliant. No, they were
no.
doing that because Pattinson did not look the part, so they were trying to make him look better.
Thank you. Just like how they shot Tom Hardy from below in Dark Knight Rises, because he was big, but he's not that tall. But he looks like he's like 6'5" in that movie, right? And he looks massive. Robert Pattinson did not look that way. They tried to add girth to the whole suit. That's why it sounded so heavy when he was walking, which at the end of the day makes no sense, because then he's moving in it like it's really nothing when he's brawling and smashing the A button, like Seal loves to say, right? Right, smashing that A button,
and then throw the dude.
Yeah, no, they tried so hard to make him look bigger, and it didn't work. It didn't make him look intimidating. The cowl, he looks punchable. Yeah, I just this Batman wasn't hitting on multiple levels.
And I would go as far as to say, if the rumors are true that Matt Reeves actually wanted Nicholas Hoult for this role, and there was the studio that wanted Robert Pattinson, I feel bad for Matt Reeves, because I think Nicholas Hoult would have did a better job than Robert Pattinson as well, because Nicholas Hoult probably would have bulked up for the role, would have looked more convincing. Do any of y'all even realize why Robert Pattinson looked so out of place in that suit? Why that suit looked the way it did on him? It looked the way it did because he didn't bulk up for the role. So they kept trying to do all these funny, crazy things to try and make him look great, but it just didn't work. It looked weird because he did not work out for the role.
Yeah, and it's not Batman.
Work out. No,
Batman should be physically intimidating. I'm sorry,
and he wasn't. And every time he gnashed his teeth, I was like, "Oh, look at baby Huey under the cowl."
Wait, you mean when he gnashed his teeth when he was in the suit or out of the suit? Because he did it both times. He was gnashing his teeth. Yo, when I saw him gnash his teeth when he was in his Bruce Wayne outfit, I was like, "Yo." If anybody don't know that this guy is Batman, like, yo, could it be the one guy that could possibly afford to be Batman and that's making the same faces as the guy?
The police wouldn't have to see a whole hell of a lot of pictures to pick out who they believe the Batman is. I bet you everybody in that department would point to Bruce Wayne.
He's making the same face.
Somebody escort Batman out of the club.
Yo, this movie. Yo, just like they escorted his ass out the club.
Right. Integrity 101 says Reeves' film didn't have a cool bat suit like Batman 89 or Batfleck. It didn't have a great score like Batman 89. It didn't have a great story like the Nolan film, and it didn't have a great action scene like BVS. No, it didn't have any of those things. And that's what I'm saying, Integrity. There was nothing in this movie that stood out for where you could actually watch the movie and be like, that's Batman. And like I said, every time I heard that alleged intimidating Batman theme, I thought of the Imperial March from Star Wars. I was thinking of Darth Vader. So for me, he wasn't Darth Vader. He wasn't intimidating. Honestly, if he showed up at my door, I would open the door. I would laugh at him, and I would be like, "Hey, can you go get my Uber Eats?"
It's just not the same, man. Like, it didn't hit, and you got people saying like, "Hey, it's just because he's not freakish." No, like, it's just how I feel when I look at you. And and it is the job of the actor and the director to make sure that when I see this character, that I'm believing, like, hey, that I would be scared of this guy if I ran into him in a dark alley, or if I saw him would I run, or if there's criminals there, would I feel safe or what? No, like
Real talk. Anybody who even knew a fraction of martial arts could have totally whooped Robert Pattinson's
yeah,
Batman.
and
Real
that's the
talk.
thing too. That's the thing too. With him not knowing any type of martial arts, clearly, right? But him being able to beat up like 8, 9 people at one time, it really just didn't sit too well with me, because I was actually in the military. I've been in some of these. I've been in like real combat situations. There's no way that you're gonna be able to fight off 8 to 9 people at one time, and you don't know any martial arts, and you just sit there and smash the A button.
If any one of those 8 or 9 people actually knows martial arts,
Thank you.
listen, I have to say that to me has got to be the biggest mistake that Reeves made with this movie is not having Batman know any martial arts, making
Yeah,
Batman just a complete dumb street brawler to go with being a dumb detective was not a good combination for this movie. It's not
yo,
going to endear long-term Batman fans into this version of the character. Yeah, the young kids are going to like it because they like anything that's not Snyderverse. But
yeah,
those of us that are into the actual character and the mythology of Batman are like, where's his training? He trained with the League of Assassins. What
absolutely.
is he doing here? All he's doing is brawling. It's like he's like a first-time brawler that just goes out and tries to fight for the first time. What is going on here?
Absolutely. No, like no, it's absolutely true. And just going back and thinking about these scenes throughout this movie, that comment was absolutely right. It doesn't do anything better than any of these previous Batman movies.
No, no, no.
It doesn't do a single thing better.
And Daniel Martin makes a great point here. He says, Zod, I never did see Morbius, but after 2 attempts at watching the Batman, Morbius is automatically better by default. I, I can't watch. I can't watch. I never want to see the Batman again. I will never watch that movie again. Not even on HBO Max. I'm over it. Like to
Yeah,
me,
I'm done. I
it's
don't have to
garbage.
watch it anymore.
I have no. It's trash. I have no. And when I hear people that are singing its praises, talking about how great of a movie it is, and then you ask them, "Why are you going to go see it again?" No, I don't really want to go watch it again. It's like, well, why not? If it's such a great movie and it's the greatest Batman story ever told, the greatest film of of your generation, why don't you want to go see it again? What are you talking? Like, I don't know about you. I saw BVS in theaters 7 times, and
I saw it 4.
this was
Yeah,
not
I saw it 4.
the ultimate edition either. This was the theatrical cut. And I'm gonna tell you something. That
I
movie,
saw it 4 times, and I was barely able. No, that's when I was like barely able to walk. I was rehabbing my torn Achilles. I was
Mhm.
barely able to walk, and I dragged my butt to the theater 4 times to go watch that movie because I wanted to make sure, like, hey, one, I loved it, and two, I was making sure that hey, it was well represented that people are watching this movie over and over again because I care about stuff like that.
Yeah, that's one thing based off of the box office we could say that people are not going to see this movie over and over again because if they were the box office, they would be at that. They would be at that. Oh wait a minute, guys. I'm sorry. Hashtag no billion. Oh, wait a minute. Why didn't this movie make a billion? Oh, maybe it's because y'all love this movie, but none of y'all wanted to go back and see it again. Why? Because it was boring and it's hard to sit through.
No
I mean, I
billion.
got better than watch this movie. Definitely our stream tonight is fire and more entertaining than that movie. That movie
Absolutely.
is terrible.
That's facts. That's facts.
What are we trying to do here?
That's facts. That's absolute facts.
I mean, who's sitting in the who's going to tell me that sitting in the theater watching that movie, like when you're somebody who loved this movie and you can't tell me why you don't have any desire to go see it in the theater again,
Right?
I don't know what to tell you. You're obviously not that big of a fan of the movie then. Then your reasons for being a fan is something other than the movie itself at this point.
Yeah, man. Look, you look. They're just you see, but look, I have noticed that these haters not really willing to spend that much money anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like for whatever reason, they just kind of sit back and complain about whatever we do. Right? We make sure that Zach wins Oscars. They complain, right? We get the Snyderverse restored. They complain. You know, it's like, hey, maybe if you guys put some more passion and money and time and energy behind what you love, the way that we have, maybe you'd yield the same results.
Yeah, I don't get it. You know, and that's the thing. These kids are not gonna are not gonna mobilize. These kids don't have any ambition. They're about, you know what they're about? They're about the next big thing. These are
Facts.
the these are the same kids who celebrated James Gunn's The Suicide Squad. And then after it came out, crickets. Nobody had nothing to say. And now
Right.
on the bandwagon for this movie, talking about it like it's the greatest movie of all time. And the theatrical run is about to end. It's about to hit HBO Max. It's going to get killed by Sonic the Hedgehog.
Hey,
There's no
hey.
billion. No billion.
No billion. No billion.
And Sharon Peters says, I need my Batman to have the biggest bulge in the Batman universe. Well, there you go. There you go. We need Batman to have a big bulge. And definitely Robert Pattinson is not that guy, Sharon. I think you'd be disappointed with what Pattinson's working with, probably. And there we go. Yep, Pattinson was totally miscast. Yeah, I will stand by that. I think he was miscast. I think the studio thought that he would be a good, because he's a semi-popular actor. They thought he'd be good in the role. And I don't know. I just think he was not. I think he would have made a better Riddler than Batman, to be honest with you. Sharon Peters says Pattinson is more. Wow, Pattinson is more feminine than a summer's eve douche. Okay, well, with that's that is the highlighted comment of the night. I'm sorry. That actually sums Pattinson up in a nutshell for me. Oh my God, that's beautiful. That is beautiful, Sharon. Thank you so much for the wonderful comment. It is being highlighted as I am going to pin that message. So when the replay crowd comes back, that comes in and watches this, they can see the truth about Robert Pattinson. I don't, I'm tired of people making excuses. You can make all the excuses you want about Robert Pattinson. He was horrible in the role. And the more you delude yourself into making it seem like this is one of the greatest Batmans ever, the more you're just making yourself look like an idiot. This movie is not going to, history is not going to be kind to this movie, because history is going to look at all of the factors that went into why this movie was created in the first place.
Man, history is on our side. History is on our side, and everybody that is chosen to go against our side is going to be on the wrong side of history. I think that they need to all kind of get ready to deal with that fact, because it's coming.
So Batman and Matt Reeves, take the L. Take the L. Take the L. I'm tired of this. With your HBO Max after school specials. Take the L. Ain't nobody paying no attention to you. Everyone raves about the Batmobile scene. Yes, 40 different angles of a muscle car revving up with blue frames blowing out the back. What? Yeah, that's the thing I don't get. Like I get that people like the cars from Fast and Furious. I get it. All right, I understand, but come on, man, is it that serious? Do we really have to say? That's Daniel? That's everybody's pointing to, right? All the people that say this is Batman, that's the scene for them. Oh, when the car is revving up. What? That's the scene? That's like it's
You
not
guys
even
are seeing that you're pointing to as an engine rev. Is the engine rev.
Chicks love the car, right?
No. You wanna know why they can't point to the Batmobile chase? Because they'd have to point out that the Penguin should have died in that damn car accident.
Right, and this Batman doesn't kill. So surprised everyone was going crazy about the Batmobile scene. Yeah, the Batmobile scene was mid, like everything else in the movie. The movie overall was mid. It actually should be called the Bat-mid. That's what it should have been. It really was the very definition of a mid-tier movie with an over-bloated budget. I mean, my God. The only winner in the whole Batman movie making, the whole Batman thing, the only winner in the marketing was Little Caesars.
Little Caesars, yo. They came up so much. I have so many friends getting that damn bat calzone, yo. Those things were everywhere, yo.
$1 billion.
I promise. They sold a bit. Yo.
I will tell you this: they sold $1 billion calzones. They definitely.
Yo, if they could make up some of that money, oh my goodness.
Pattinson was never intimidating or scary. He was never intimidating or scary in this attempt at a detective noir movie. Yeah. And that's the thing. Matt Reeves, he couldn't even get noir right. There wasn't anything noir about this movie.
Oh,
maybe
it was noir because he was narrating.
Oh.
It was noir because he was narrating, Zod.
Okay. There was a narration in Blade Runner too. I don't know. I just don't. I just don't care anymore. Like this movie just makes me.
Zod, hold up. Is the Batman better than Blade Runner?
No. Blade Runner is actually a far superior movie. Daniel Martin with the $10 super chat. I'm giving my movie money to something far more entertaining than the Batman. ZodWriter.
Oh my God! Salute to Daniel Martin.
Salute to Daniel Martin on this. Daniel Martin is 100% on this. What's up, Zeno? I see that you're in the chat here. Let me see if I can find a drop. I can find a drop here for you, Daniel Martin. Let me see if I got a drop. I don't know if I have a drop. This was sent to me by Warner Brothers back before the Batman came out, and a lot of people were not sure about it. I wasn't sure about it, that's for sure. But it turned out that this scene that Matt Reeves decided to go into a different direction. But here it is. Let's.
What's up, Hey, what's up? All right, what's up? What's up? We should just go blast him like fuck. Hey, come on, let's go blast that fool. Oh yeah, do shit. That's the one doing that shit. Man, that shit just blast the rest of stupid. On the serious side, we gotta blast that fool, man.
Freeze. Don't even think about moving. Turn that fucking noise off. I should shoot every last one of you just based on the music you listen to.
Hey, check this clown out. Halloween until October. Didn't we kill his chingada mind already?
Now, I'm not here to trick or treat, but I'm definitely here to turn you fucking douchebags into permanent ghosts. Get on your knees and interlock your fingers behind your head. You bitches get your ass in that room, and I swear to God, if I see a sliver of light from that door jam, I'm gonna have each and every one of you suited for a white sheet with black holes for eyes, you feel me?
Fucking killed you, dog! I left you for dead in the alley that night.
You ain't even fucking here. You're a ghost, Pato.
You killed the man, not the cause. You thought you were pretty badass out there destroying people's lives, did you? Well, I'm here to settle the score for every last person you victimized in this city.
You know who you fucking with, you stupid motherfucker?
Yeah, I know who I'm fucking with. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, and dead is evil Knievel.
No, motherfucker, you know what? You're fucking with pure evil. We got our homies on the bureau. They'll be back any second, dog. You know what? Regardless, you ain't getting out of here alive. You're gone, that's it.
That may be true, but I'll live long enough to piss on your fucking grave. Judge not, that I not be judged. Though I walk in the shadow of darkness, my shield is my vengeance, my armor is my hatred. My weapon is my Father, His Son, and her Holy Ghost. This is a message from this city. Every mog has its day. Vatos.
Okay, so there you go, Daniel Martin. That was cinema. That was cinema there. Okay, so yeah, Matt Reeves decided to go in a different direction, and yeah. So what do you think, Skywalker? Gotta get your thoughts on that deleted scene. Just want to get your thoughts, because WB was really generous with that scene. When they sent that to me, it was an exclusive, and yeah. So.
Oh my God, I've never seen that. Oh my God. Oh man. That was great. I'm not shocked that they cut that out though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they cut that out. That wasn't.
Because it also showed Batman walking some more.
Right. You saw him walking. And you saw at the beginning of the scene the red silhouette. Listen, dude, I just, hey, that's what it is. That's what it's about. I mean, hey. So we've got that. So yeah, definitely. Thank you, Daniel Martin. Glad you're enjoying this epic live stream between myself and Skiiwalker the Jedi here. Trying to see here where we are because he built it. Okay. Marcus Cruz is saying that Zod. People on Twitter are saying he built a perfect. He built his build is perfect for year 2. He will work out eventually. What? So Christian Bale, who hadn't even spent a year as Batman, had better detective skills. was a better fighter.
A better car.
Had a better car. Yeah, he had like an army tank. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell people. I mean, I really, I tried to give this movie the benefit of the doubt. I really did. When I saw that deleted scene, I was kind of hyped for this movie, but the movie disappointed. I mean, if more of the movie was like that deleted scene, I think I would have been more entertained.
Oh, I'd have definitely been more entertained, yo. I might have actually left the theater feeling something.
I'm feeling pretty good. I would have left the theater feeling a certain kind of way. I would have been pretty happy. I'd have stopped at Wendy's and gotten me a spicy chicken sandwich. I would have been all good. Integrity 101 says, seriously, though, if Bats is going to be walking around crime scenes, that's fine, but you can't also do it for action scenes.
You can't demystify.
You see him walking around, he looks more like RoboCop than Batman.
Oh my God.
Just saying. I mean, and here's the thing: I could totally see Robert Pattinson in a RoboCop remake.
Yeah, right? Oh my goodness, yeah, definitely.
Marcus Cruz says Zoe Kravitz saved the movie, in my opinion. Zod, her acting was the highlight of the movie. I agree with you, Marcus. I think Zoe Kravitz was the best part of the movie, but that's not saying much because the movie itself. I mean, Zoe couldn't save the movie. I feel like Zoe should have gotten her own Catwoman movie instead of this movie. Like I just don't get it. Like if Matt Reeves did a Catwoman movie and solely focused on Zoe Kravitz's character,
Matt Reeves is the Catwoman.
I would be down. I would be down. I think it would have been much better. And I wouldn't be comparing this to Morbius, but I have to compare this to Morbius because when I look at Morbius, I was so much more entertained. And I felt good after Morbius. Like,
Zod, the only feeling that I had when I left the theater from watching the Batman was emptiness. that was the only feeling that I had was just total emptiness. Like I didn't know what to feel. I was like, "Yo, did I like this thing? Did I not like it? Like, what's going on?" It was so quiet. I was checking my phone. I almost fell asleep.
Oh my god! And there was like nobody in there, and there was a guy behind me snoring.
Yo, the chick next to me fell asleep. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, yo, this movie has so many problems. It's just, but hey, you get what you deserve. Just like the words.
I wanted to say you get what you pay for, but in this case, we really didn't. Zeno says, I like the muscle car design, but if I was filthy rich like Bruce Wayne, I think I could come up with something a little more devastating. Yeah, for real. That's another great point. And Fourth has a good point up here somewhere I want to get. Oh yeah, Fourth said Christian Bale came off The Mechanist and still bulked up. Yeah, you saw how thin Christian Bale got for that movie, and he bulked up like you wouldn't believe. He was jacked for for his Batman movie.
Yo, coming off being skinnier than Robert Pattinson's probably ever been in his entire life. So like, there was no excuse. I think he just didn't want to dedicate himself physically. Because like when you are, kind of in that frame your whole life, it might be a little bit daunting to kind of put on a lot of muscle mass later in life. But I think that he could have done it, and it might have given his character a bit more of that intimidation factor.
Man, we're curing insomnia tonight, brother. We are curing it. We are curing it. I love it. It is lit. Integrity 101. I like the Batman mostly because I love the character, but I think I like Batman Forever more. I said that too, and I got attacked. I got attacked. I said Batman Forever is a better movie. You're lucky you're not on Twitter, Integrity, because if you get on Twitter and you say that Batman Forever is a better movie than the Batman, they will come at you.
See, but that is the thing though, right? Let's really break it down. Is it better than any of the Nolan movies? No. Is it better than the first two Tim Burton movies? No. Is it better than Batman and Robin? I would probably say so. But Batman Forever?
That's kind of debatable because at least Batman and Robin didn't shy away from what it was. Batman and Robin was essentially a marketing commercial.
Are you about to make me say that I can have more fun watching Batman and Robin as a drinking game than I can than I would watch it?
You can have more fun watching Batman and Robin than you can the Batman. I will say this right now. I like Batman and Robin better than the Batman. Now, I'm not saying that Batman and Robin is a better movie per se. I'm just saying that
probably
it's
have more fun with it. No, you probably experience.
You can
look, I always tell people, if you watch that movie and you take a shot every time that Arnold Schwarzenegger makes a pun, oh my goodness. You are in for
what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Always winterize your pipes. Yo, that movie got more quotable.
I'm telling you, you talk about a
I
quotable
see
movie.
you.
You talk about
I
a movie.
see.
You talk about a movie that everybody remembers for all the wrong reasons. And not only that, I love the commentary track on the Blu-ray DVD for Batman and Robin, where you actually have Joel Schumacher apologizing to the fans for the movie. Oh my God, like. It doesn't get any better. He actually apologizes throughout the movie.
That's crazy.
It was great. It was great. So I would say yeah, that I think Batman and Robin is a better experience. Marcus Cruz says Batman needs to be jacked. I agree. Daniel Martin says funny how they said the budget for this trash was $100K, then right before or after the release it was $200K. Like what? Yeah, that's what I said. I think it's probably closer to 400 million to make.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Like they just straight lied for an entire year. It was like, yeah, this movie's 100 million, and then right before it came out, it was like, well, hey guys, it's actually 200. And it's like, oh no, it might be 250. It's like, wait a minute, how much money did you guys spend?
Actually, guys, it was 475. But we can. It's Batman, for Christ's sake. We can make an exception. The movie cost almost $500 million to make, and so that's why we needed it to make $1 billion. Not all heroes need to be jacked, but Batman being jacked and having a big build is important because he towers over the small people and people get scared.
And I'm not a small guy. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you can't just have anybody in that suit and it's gonna intimidate everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some of us are gonna look at this guy and be like, yo, like I could take this guy, man. And I shouldn't feel like I can take Batman.
You probably with your military training and stuff, you probably could take Batman. That's the problem. Like you shouldn't feel like you are able to.
That Batman, I'm giving him the hands. I'm dead serious. Ain't no just smashing that A button with me. You got to know something, bro.
Let's see. Fourth 1000. Affleck wearing the suit when he enters the Batcave the first time looked like the animated series drawings. Dude was built wider than a refrigerator. Exactly. Perfect. And Integrity 101 says it's better than Batman and Robin, but that's it. That's it. I mean, so it's basically it's like okay, you rank all the Batman movies and then you get to the bottom, the Batman, and then
it's
Batman
not better than Batman Mask and Phantasm. It's just not
better than any of them. And I really feel like when we finally get the Schumacher cut of Batman Forever, we're going to be having an even more different conversation because I really feel like that's going to elevate that movie.
Ain't even better than Batman Sub-Zero.
Actually, Batman Sub-Zero is actually pretty dope, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this movie is low on the totem pole, yo. It's low on the totem pole. It really is.
At the end of the day, the Batman isn't even going to be top five Batman movies. And Nolan Batman's BVS, Batman 89 are always going to top it. And if Batfleck solo comes out, forget about it. Exactly, Jordan. I'm 100%. Once Ben Affleck's Batman movie comes out, it's a whole new list altogether, guaranteed. It's gonna make Matt Reeves look like a preschooler. Like, what were you doing? What was your fake Batman over here trying to be?
And you wanted a trilogy?
Oh, especially Batman, Dead End from director Sandy Cholera. Shout out to Sandy. Sandy's a good dude. I know Sandy. The Batman Dead End. Yeah, that was a fantastic fan film, and the Batman in that was jacked. up. He was like,
Facts.
bulked up like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, dude, really jacked, just like Ben Affleck. Look at Ben Affleck here, a jacked up hero. It's better than the Dark Knight Rises and Batman and Robin. I don't know. I think Dark Knight Rises was better. I'm gonna be
I
honest.
don't think it's
Dark
better
Knight
than
Rises was better. Dark Knight Rises was a better movie than the Batman because
dude. Bane alone, like I'm sorry, Bane alone. I love Bane in that movie.
I mean, and even in Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne in his reclusive state at the beginning of the Dark Knight Rises, and when he got his back broken, he still looked like he was in better shape than Pattinson.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so sad. Pattinson was scrawny and just he looked terrible.
Yeah.
And it's like the way they were trying to make him look like he was more than he was just bothered me even more because this is Batman. If the actor can't build himself up for Batman physically, then he has no business being in the role. He was just miscast. I mean,
he was definitely super scrawny, and like they tried to use a couple shots, but there was one that really exposed how skinny that he actually looked, and I was like, oh my god, right? Because they were shooting him from like a low angle and like showing his back and stuff like that, right? Throughout most of the movie, whenever you would see him. And then they had this one shot where you kind of can see him head on and he has his shirt off. And I was like, see, that's exactly what I was talking about. And, you know, now the cat's out of the bag. Like,
they should have shot the whole movie just like overhead. Like, I mean, it was just so bad. They should have just, you know, Fourth 1000 says if you squint, it looks like a Batgirl movie. You know, it's funny. It's funny that you say that because to me, it looked like Batgirl is in better shape than Pattinson. She really does look like she's in shape. The stuff that the shots they've shown of like Leslie Grace, the clips we've seen, she's in better shape than Pattinson. I'm being honest. She totally looks, she's toned and she's got the, you know, look. She really looks like she got herself in shape for the role, unlike Pattinson.
Oh my god.
What people need to realize about Pattinson is he's a diva. He really is. And people don't understand. So if he doesn't want to do something, and you want him for your movie, he's going to do what he wants to do.
Yeah. No, that was obvious.
He didn't want to bulk up for this movie. He could have, but he didn't want to.
I do not. That is one thing that I will give Matt Reeves. I don't think that if he had a choice that, you know, like, hey, do you want your Batman to be built or not be built? I don't think he would pick, like, you know, for his Batman to not be built up. That probably was a Pattinson thing, you know, if he was just to sign on, he probably didn't want to gain like crazy weight.
And Sharon Peters says, let's be honest, the Batman was the biggest disaster since 9/11. For some comic book fans, it truly was. I'm going to admit, it really is a disaster on multiple levels.
Oh, absolutely.
Daniel Martin says, at least you can remember Batman and Robin. Again, yes. I remember a lot of stuff from Batman and Robin. I remember how colorful Batman and Robin was. I remember all the stuff where it actually looked like a show, like a Disney on Ice kind of like. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's very memorable. You know, when Clooney pulls out the Batman card and Batman
never leave the cave without it. Never leave the cave.
Oh. God, this is why Superman works alone.
Works alone. It's like, wait a minute, so Superman exists?
Wait, Superman exists in the Batman and Robin timeline? Wow, that's awesome. Who's your Superman? You can try to forget the Batman. The Batman has just one quote. Just one. Yeah, I'm vengeance.
I'm vengeance.
That's the only quote. Batman and Robin has the rewatchability factor. Completely agree. In fact, I think I'm gonna. I think after the stream, I'm gonna watch Batman and Robin. Daniel Martin says I would laugh if it cost $500 million to make and didn't break even. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like upwards of 500 million because they
It
had
could
all
be.
the delays and stuff and COVID and all that. Because every time they have to stop production for anything, it
And
costs them.
calzones.
Uh,
We ain't counting them calzones, yo. Them calzones ain't cheap, y'all.
and 101 says, I don't see the Batman as bad. It's just not really an interpretation I'm interested in. Exactly. Fourth 1000 says, Integrity 101 from the trailer, I felt the same, which is why I haven't watched it yet. Well, you didn't miss anything, Fourth 1000, and that's the truth about it. You don't miss anything when you if you don't watch it. I kind of wish I didn't watch it, to tell you the truth. I would feel much happier if I didn't see it, because if I didn't see it, I wouldn't be talking about it as much as I am now. Ray says, I put Batman Forever over Nolan movies too. Oh my God. And when the Schumacher cut comes out, like I said, I think we're going to end up having a totally different discussion, because I actually have a script that I bought at a comic convention several years ago that is the original Batman Forever script of Joel Schumacher's original cut of Batman Forever. It is brilliant. I'm telling you, when that cut of the movie gets released, people are going to have to revise their lists.
Man,
Look online for the Batman Forever.
the Schumacher cut.
Closest you can get to the Schumacher cut, deleted scenes, reinserted, but the best part is it restores scenes back to their proper order. Yeah, it's good, but it's not. But when we get the actual director's cut integrity, it's going to blow that virtual work print out of the water. It really is. It's that good. Batman not being jacked is like making Reed Richards super buff. Super buff.
Doesn't make sense, right, Marcus? Like, this is just, oh my goodness. They're always trying to take things and change them up and be like, oh yeah, well, this is our interpretation and we don't have to make these things like they were in the past. But in reality, if they just gave us what we wanted, I think they'd all be much better off.
Oh yeah, it would be a much better thing if they would have just did it right. Daniel Martin says, with this movie we got Kurt Cobain.
Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, that's what he was. He was Kurt Cobain. He was Kurt Cobain, and it was done. It was done miserably. It was done in a way where it doesn't look to me like Robert Pattinson had any fun with the role at all. I could be wrong, but maybe having sex
Probably
with Zoe,
fun with Catwoman.
having sex with Zoe Kravitz on the Batmobile was probably. But other than that, I don't. Yeah, other than that, I can't say that really looks like he really had a great time making this movie. I think he was contractually forced, and I honestly get the feeling from Robert Pattinson that if he could if he could have gotten out of it, he would have. At one point in time, I kind of thought he was going to try to quit, because he had all this pressure on him to work out and do certain things that he didn't want to do for the movie. As quite evident when you look at him in the movie, he clearly didn't work out.
No, he clearly didn't want to.
No, he didn't want to. He didn't want to do nothing like that. Everything wrong with Pattinson as Batman echoes the wrong of Tyler Hoechlin as TV Superman. What do you think about Tyler Hoechlin, Skiiwalker? What's your take on Superman and Lois? Superman.
You mean Man of Steel Light?
Right.
Yeah.
Where they take all this inspiration from the stuff that Zach did, but it's all watered down and fake.
Yeah, but what I don't like is that, it seems like everybody loves Zack Snyder's ideas when they're coming in other people's projects. Right? Like, everybody loves the Snyder effect and the camera angles and everything. as long as it's not done by Zack Snyder.
Right. So the
You know,
quickest way to get popular in Hollywood is to basically take some Zack Snyder ideas and
right?
because they know Zack is the blueprint, but they don't actually want Zack himself.
Yo, when I was watching WandaVision and I saw them like totally rip off that scene from Man
Steel?
of Steel.
I mean, right down to the same pose, literally.
yo,
Oh,
you know. But honestly, it just at the end of the day, it makes me happy because it really lets me know that, we're doing the right thing. Like, we are backing the right horse and we're really at the bleeding edge of this stuff. But when it comes to Tyler Hoechlin, I don't watch that show. I've heard it's okay. I'm not.
I watched the first episode. I didn't go any further.
Yeah. I'm just look. Y'all know what I'm here for. I'm here for my Snyder steaks. You know what I'm saying? Like
you don't want Hamada burgers. You don't want stale Hoagland fries, and
I'm good.
Definitely don't want any more Battinson calzones. And we got Integrity 101 here who says, I went to the theater with my wife and we liked it, but we both also noticed we kind of forgot about it by the time we got out. That's very telling though.
And it's a 3-hour movie.
Right. And so if you could just forget something like that, you're
the last 3 hours of your life, you forgot.
Hiding in your subconscious that this movie actually sucks.
Yo.
If you really forgot about it that quick,
hold on. By the time you got to the parking lot, you forgot the last 3 hours of your life. Yo, man. No bueno.
And we got Sharon Peters. She said, I love the X-rated version of The Dark Knight Rises. So much BBC. Okay. Fourth 1000 says, visually, not in my opinion. I just can't look at him. He looks like a coffee barista in a full suit. I'm sorry. All this stuff is so awesome. We'd never be able to get away ragging on the Batman like this on Twitter.
No, not at all.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's see what Sharon's got to say here. She says, in my opinion, they should have cast John Goodman as Batman. He probably would have did a better job than Pattinson, that's for sure. We got Batgirl doesn't need shoulder pads, unlike Pattinson's weak ass suit. Yeah, Batgirl didn't have hockey pads. She was looking good. Fourth 1000 says Sharon Peters. I would get out of bed. I would get out of bed for that. Any idea how Pattinson got the role? Seems miscast. Yeah, he was miscast. I think it was the theory, Zeno, is that Robert Pattinson, was alleged that Robert Pattinson was chosen by the studio and that Matt Reeves wanted Nicholas Hoult for the role of Batman, but the studio overrode Matt Reeves and made him go with Robert Pattinson because
wait a minute, wasn't Nicholas Hoult's name leaked in like around the time that they were looking at people too, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, that was Matt Reeves' first choice.
Dang, that's so true. That's so true because I remember his name coming up when they were looking at people as to who was going to be Batman.
And honestly, I would have been fine with that because I think
I would have too. I really like him in Mad Max and as Beast and everything. Yeah.
I think he would have been good. I really do. I think he would have been a good Batman. I don't know why they didn't allow Matt Reeves to do his choice. So now, of course, if you go and you read recent interviews with Matt Reeves will tell it and will say, oh well, no, Robert Pattinson was always my first choice. No, no, we know, Matt. You're drinking the Kool-Aid and you're playing the company man. But guess what? You're not getting the sequel. You're getting TV show.
HBO Max.
Oh, Mac,
Yes.
for you. So obviously, the world isn't that enthralled by your Batman movie. The suit was too padded. That was the problem. Tyler actually bulked up. Plus, he's 6 feet. Actually, Tyler Hoechlin is 5'10". I thought. I don't even think Tyler Hoechlin is 6 feet, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm tired of armor Batman unless he's in a war zone. Sure, but keep him ninja like. Yeah, yeah. That's one thing
Yeah.
about this Batman. He did not feel ninja like. He felt
At
more
all.
like
At all.
felt more like RoboCop than a ninja. He
Yeah.
definitely didn't he seem like he was RoboCop, especially when he was walking out the police station.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. And I didn't like how like there was a lot of inconsistency about him getting shot with certain guns and then reacting differently, right? Like he'll get shot with like a small handgun and it kind of, and it might kind of like knock him back a little bit, but then he'll keep going. But then he gets shot by like multiple machine guns at one time and then he's fine. And then another time he gets shot and then it's like it knocks him back. It's like, yo, like which one is it, Joe? Like and if you really think back, Batman's getting beat up and getting hands put on him a lot throughout this movie. A lot. A whole lot. And but apparently it's still early Batman. Right. So I mean I just didn't enjoy this movie very much.
Excuse. Early is the excuse. It wasn't okay in Man of Steel when Clark was trying to, find himself and find out who he was. That wasn't okay. But a Batman who's nearly 3 years into his career could be this experienced, and that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just keep moving the goalpost, people. Chicks dig the car. Let's see. Yeah, but his acting as Clark and Superman were phenomenal. Well, I'm glad somebody out there is enjoying Tyler Hoechlin. I don't really care for him. Comic fans hate me when I say this, but I prefer an unstable, disturbed Batman as seen in the Burton films or BVS. I love Zack, but he lightened up Batman too much in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Well, in Zack Snyder's Justice League, he was showing the character arc of Batman Bruce Wayne, going from being a war-weary, grizzled Batman for over 20 years in Gotham to getting his humanity back as a result of Superman's sacrifice and putting the Justice League together. See, it's a whole arc that's being shown to you here by Zack Snyder. So that's what makes it beautiful. Unlike what we get with the Batman, where this Batman is just an inept idiot who has no business going around fighting criminals in a RoboCop suit. And at the end of the day, this Batman wouldn't last on the street more than 24 hours. He'd be a dead man. Guaranteed.
Facts.
I mean, come on. I mean, anybody with any kind of martial arts or military experience would make mincemeat out of press the A button.
Yo, I'm so serious, man. It's like that dude mashing the A button is not gonna work.
That dude is not just mid. He's utterly weak when you take him into consideration with what a real life fight would be like. You make him eat that cow. There's no way that guy can beat people up
like I can only suspend my disbelief so much. You know what I'm saying? Like there's only so much that I can kind of do at one time.
I don't doubt it. I have no problem with his talent, just him visually. Yep, that's how Batman is supposed to be. I say Batman should use the shadows like this movie called Ninja Assassin. That would be cool. Zod Pattinson should have at least made his body toned and lean and lurid.
Yeah, he didn't even like really do that too much. There's definitely clear indication that he didn't lean into the whole exercise thing like he probably should have.
Little Caesars was working overtime, pushing those calzones to make up for the loss. Yeah, I think WB got a deal with those calzones. I mean,
They
how,
got that back end money.
how much? How many of those calzones? Let's be realistic. Let's real talk here, Skiiwalker. How much money do you think those calzones brought in for as far as
Millions, yo. No, I'm literally not joking. Everybody that I pretty much like was interacting with got a calzone. Like everybody pretty much tried it and they were all loving it, you know. No, they sold a bunch of them things. I was seeing them everywhere. I was seeing them all on my timeline, like from people that have nothing to do with the Snyderverse. Everybody was copping those things. Everybody
oh,
was copping them.
oh yeah. Will they still have the back calzones by the time it posts on HBO Max? Probably. It's like a best-selling item at Little Caesars. Little Caesars hasn't had
They're
this
gonna
much,
bring it back, son.
Caesars hasn't had this much traffic in over 20 years. What are you talking about? If they're smart, they'll make the back calzones a permanent fixture on their menu. Um, I agree. The TV show was so good because of the story and the acting. Let's see. Fourth 1000 said, we had a Batman that fought Superman, formed the Justice League, was going to fight Deathstroke, and have his life turned upside down all before Darkseid arrives, and they want me to hype over the effing Riddler, and not even a good version of the Riddler either, a YouTuber version of the Riddler.
That's so
right?
true, though. That's so true, man. Like, yo, we just watched Batman beat up, give it the hands to Superman, and you about to sit up here and have me interacting with the Penguin again.
Yeah,
Like,
we're supposed to be excited about. We're supposed to be excited about Batman going up against a YouTuber. This hardly seems like anything that Batman would give that work to Robin. Batman would be like, there's this YouTuber that's causing some problems. Why don't you go check it out, Robin? Like, uh, Marcus Cruz says Robert Pattinson has the Kawhi Leonard mentality. He doesn't want to do it until he gets what he wants. Well, I don't know what he wants because Daniel Martin says I've agreed with it that statement since the day you first said it. And Justin Proper says Kurt Cobain was the beginning of the SJW movement. It's all his fault. Hey, I mean, that's an interesting take. I don't know if I can necessarily disagree with that either. Good one, Justin Proper. I'm telling you, man. When I look at what this movie essentially amounts to, it amounts to a guy going around cosplaying as a vigilante, trying to thinking he's righting some wrong, but all he's doing is making himself look like a fool. I mean, you remember my favorite scene of the movie was like when I think it was Penguin who told him, "Hey, calm down, sweetheart, calm down." Like he was like the dude was like he was just like patting him on the head. Calm down, sweetheart.
right?
Don't get so upset. Like, what's your problem? Why do you keep gnashing your teeth? Oh my god!
Exactly.
We know who you are.
Let's see.
Let's see, Noel Flores, what's up, man? Newly subscribed here. Talks like this keep me up while I work. It's a Riddler movie, not a Batman movie. Hey, thank you for being here, and I agree with you. I don't know what version of the Riddler this is. I don't know what we're supposed to get from this version of the Riddler, but I think Matt Reeves would have been better off calling him something else. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh yeah. More than likely.
Call him the YouTuber or the streamer or something. Like why did he have to be the Riddler? I don't Let's see. Sharon Peters says, "I love how Zod goes off camera to snort a couple lines of cocaine." No, I actually go off camera when my eyes start to water. I'm getting used to my glasses, and my eyes are watering up a lot, and they're fogging my glasses. So I got to take my glasses off, and then I gotta use the cloth to shine them up so I can see, and it's kind of so that's why I'm going off camera because my eyes keep watering. Um, Justin Proper says, "Sorry, our Pat's playing Batman isn't supposed to be easy." Yeah, no, it's not. Playing Batman is not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be a difficult a difficult role, a challenging role, but that's why they get actors who can handle the physicality of the part.
Facts.
I don't
Facts.
I don't know how I don't know how the Robert Pattinson was acceptable in this situation. The first time he said he didn't want to work out, I would have threw him off the project. And went and I mean, what are you doing? I don't get it. I don't get why the studio was so hell bent on Robert Pattinson being Batman. I mean, he played Sparkles. He could have played Morbius. I mean, I don't know. Were you Team Edward? I just
Man, don't get me started on those movies, yo. Oh my god. No,
I mean,
I actually had never seen them until like last year, and I had an ex that I kind of watched them all with. Yeah, I didn't enjoy those movies at all. I didn't enjoy them at all.
it's completely valid. We're now getting a lesser version of the Nolan trilogy meets Gotham. Yet that's what it felt like. It felt like an amalgamation of Gotham and the Nolan movies thrown in a blender, but with no seasoning whatsoever.
I think I think that they could only wish to get something as masterful and as handcrafted as the Snyder cut. You know,
I think so. I mean,
that's top shelf stuff right there. So that's real top shelf stuff.
that's what they want. They want to be Snyder without having to go to Snyder.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
what it
yeah.
was. They all want the Snyder formula, but they don't want Snyder himself. Sharon Peters wants to know WandaVision. Isn't that a documentary about Wanda Sykes? It should have been. I think it would have been more popular.
One division.
Uh, and Daniel Martin is just like me. He says, I fell asleep twice. No lie. Yeah, that's how I was too. Fell asleep twice. Could hardly stay awake.
People in my theater falling asleep too.
There was a guy snoring behind me, and there wasn't very many people in the theater to begin with. So, I don't. I can kind of see why that it's a hashtag no billion. Marcus Cruz, people on Twitter said at least Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz screwed on the Batmobile. That's enough for us. Well, I mean, we don't know if that actually happened, but I mean, I'd like to think it did. I mean, at least if you're gonna be in that situation, at least take advantage of it. I mean, what? I mean, if not, I got to question what the hell you're doing. I mean, I don't know. Integrity 101 said when we walked out of the theater after Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, my wife and I would talk for days, if not weeks, about the films. After the Batman, we looked at each other and said, "Yes," and that's it. Just being real.
That's facts, bro.
That's facts. That's how everybody feels about it. And then people wonder why I said Morbius is a better film than Batman. I mean, it's just real talk. It's just me being honest about how I felt based on my experience with the films. If the Batman was a better movie, I don't care if it was in the Snyderverse or not in the Snyderverse, I would be praising it. And I'm sure Skiiwalker would too. If it was a better movie, you take every movie on its own merits. I mean,
Absolutely, yo. Absolutely.
I can't.
If that movie
You know,
would have knocked me out of my socks, I would have had no choice but to stand up and say so. Like and I would have gave it all of its credit, but if it doesn't do that, then I'm gonna, be twice as mad.
Matt Reeves will leak a workout montage. Pattinson struggling to do 10 push-ups. Oh yeah, I don't think he did any workout. And you see his leg. You see how thin his legs are in the movie.
Yeah.
He's got no meat on his legs. His legs are literally like these thin, like pick legs, and everything else above his legs are like heavy. Like he looked like Darth Vader. Like they tried to make him Darth Vader-ish. Like, and it was so funny every time they're showing. They were showing the boots hitting the ground, all about walking. Like he's got to make an entrance. Like, dude, come to my door. I'll laugh in your face. I will laugh at you. You're not intimidating. You're not funny. You're not scary. It's a joke. That Batman mask makes you look stupid. Did you get that at Walmart or did you get it on clearance at Dollar General? Where did you get it? I don't know. But I don't know, guys. Me and Skiiwalker are going to go for quite a while here. And I mean,
that Snyder Cut territory. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, yeah, we're like Snyder Cut territory. So we're gonna have to do this again, man. We're gonna have to do this again after the after some more of the big news.
Oh yeah,
out. Those Scooby Gang kids are actually SJWs. Very annoying people. Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 is inevitable. I want to get your final thoughts, man. You got anything else you want to add, or you think I think we covered everything, man. It was
look, we covered everything, and if it ain't been covered, check out for part 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, watch out for part 2. I just want to say that this has kind of been like a surreal moment for me. To be honest, like I used to be sitting back and I'd be watching some of these interviews on your channel, and I'd be like, damn, I can't wait. Hopefully one day, I can be on Zod's channel and everything, right? And I just, it just goes to show, like, hey, like, there is nothing that separates me from anybody else that makes me special. I just kind of hopped on YouTube and started doing my thing. And, I'm just being honest. And the fact that this community has embraced what I've been doing has been such a great feeling. So shouts out to all you guys, yo. Absolutely.
You have great content. I love your channel. I love what you're doing. I love every time I catch you live, man, because when you do a live stream, it's absolutely fire. You do some great stuff. I just want to know, like, what do you got coming up? You got anything you can tell us that's coming up soon?
Oh yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna be dropping some more regular videos this week, and then come Sunday is probably going to be the day when I'm going to be going live, and I'm going to be letting you guys know what my next topic is going to be pretty soon. It's always a fun one on Sunday, so you guys just watch out and be prepared for that Sunday sermon.
And we got Sharon Peters says Skiiwalker is a class act. I completely agree.
You're very funny, Sharon. You're very funny.
You're awesome, man. This has been great. Next week on Late Night Q&A, I'll be joined by a gentleman I can't wait to talk to, Mr. Overthink Gaming. He will be here. He will be here next Thursday for Late Night Q&A with ZodWriter. So you definitely are going to want to check that out. And again, Skiiwalker, this has been great. We're gonna definitely do a part 2. I'm gonna bring you back for another one. It's been fantastic. I love the fact that we're going Zack Snyder Justice League territory with over 4-hour stream.
Oh yeah, hey, it was only right. You know what I'm saying? We got to rep that Snyder cut. You know,
and we got to do it right. We love it. We're gonna rep the Snyder cut. Forget the Batman. Morbius.
Hey, y'all better check out Morbius this week, yo. Check out Morbius, yo.
All right, y'all. Peace. Good
Yeah,
night.
peace out.